Hey everybody, welcome back to Westeros. We are here to play the game running a Sea of Spears, or Song of Ice and Fire campaign. And I think it's fair to say that never until 2020 has it been so comforting and reassuring to return to the normalcy of Westeros.
Legit.
Right? I feel like that's not like even when the Game of Thrones show was at its peak and people liked going back to Westeros, it was never for like the comfy old slipper of my psyche feeling. Quite like it has had to be here in 2020. So it is good to be back. Thanks for coming by. And let's go through and introduce our players and our characters. Uh, we are in timeline, working our way through Adam Nymaryen's name day tourney. We just wrapped up the first day of it, and probably most, if not all, of this session, we'll see how things go, is going to be our party that evening. But let's start with our player and character introductions with the birthday boy. So, Ash, who are you? Who's your character? And who do you want to introduce themselves?
Someone breathed really loud. Hello, I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen, who is kind of the human equivalent of an Orville Peck song. And yeah, he's just kind of reeling from uh, the the revelation that he's been given marriage options to choose from and is panicking. But he loves a party, so he's gonna try and chill a bit, and also take an opportunity to talk to a couple of the options he's been offered and sound out how he feels about everything. um, yeah, so that's what he's doing, and I will kick it over to my biggest sister.
Did you say biggest or just big?
The biggest.
Okay, that's me. I'm Felicia, Lady Raina Nymaryen, heir to the house, and um, the most socially awkward out of all of us, maybe. I mean, Adam has like this natural warmth to him that everybody loves, and I don't really have that. So, Raina is more of a she thinks of herself as a like a I'm trying to think of words that apply to this setting because I almost said automaton, but that's not totally not a thing here. Um, but it's more like cool. She's coolness. She has cool, but not the capital C cool from Cyberpunk. It's the cool that comes from not knowing what to say at the right time. So anyway, um, she started out this whole tourney um, trying to incite Dondarrion, Beric Dondarrion into feeling jealousy, and I don't think it worked, but who knows. But now we're ending it with, well, not ending, it's only day one, but we're ending day one in a much better place emotionally, in that we've got good options for proposal for betrothal that don't have anything to do with Ontario, which is sad, but it's also reality. So she's kind of mopey, so I'm not sure how the party's gonna go. Okay, Bayla.
I am Erica, and I'm playing Bela Nymarian. I am the heir in waiting, the penultimate heir, if you will. And uh, I've been having a great time so far at the tournament, as you would expect for Bela, because I am very strong and cute, and I won my first joust. Well, the only joust that I had today. So it's going well for me. And I've gotten 3 different letters for marriage proposals. Well, actually, I received 2 letters and 1 in person. And the 1 in person from Balin Swan's the only one that I'm really considering.
Well,
The personal touch goes a long way.
Yes.
That
One of the
I-
letters I found insulting, and so I will
Which
not.
one? The other, they were both pretty, like,
It's all
not
right.
really-
One was just
Well,
kind
we'll
of
take care
like
of it.
nice try, and then one was just saying that I was like, if they didn't have other options by the end of the week, I will do, and no one
Yeah.
tells me
Here.
that I will do.
Yes, one of the 2 letters was legitimately not trying to get married, and was just going through the motions of like, all right, your grandfather told me I had to write a letter. I'm going to pretend I'm illiterate after writing you this letter to get out of writing the letter, but I'm also going to remind you that I'm your fucking uncle while I write this letter, and I don't necessarily want to marry you. So like, he was doing the bare minimum, and it might be that he just doesn't want to marry anybody. It might be he doesn't want to marry his niece.
He's a player.
Maybe you're just too strong a woman for him. Who knows why he doesn't want to marry you? But he was clearly like not trying. The issue with the letter from Sir Garth Greysteel was just that he was like being very formal and not treating you like you. He was treating you like some other maiden that would be honored to marry into House Hightower, right? But he was just like, yeah, like if I don't win the prize this week and marry that chick, I really wouldn't mind marrying you instead. Like that was his warm, affectionate, pickup line. Was, so yeah.
He was insufficiently impressed. So
Yeah, the letter I got from Highgarden was much nicer.
Yeah, and it's not that Baylor wouldn't mind marrying into Hightower. Like, that's a pretty amazing place. But, like, you need to know your audience, right, when you're writing a letter.
Right.
And it was
Very much.
clear didn't.
To his credit, he did also say that he's not good at this sort of thing. So, you know,
Are you saying that we should cut him some slack?
no, I'm just pointing out that he did introduce himself by saying he's not very good at courting. So,
give him a break. He's a
you know.
doofus.
But,
Should end it with, I am also illiterate.
so we'll leave it at right now. I am much more inclined to be interested in Balin Swan. The door isn't completely shut on Sir Garth. No, wait, damn it.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
screwing up that
alright.
name.
He handled most of that betting in good grace, and except for the part where he taunted Beric.
He took the trash talking surprisingly well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Sir Garth right? Is that... My mind's like blanking. Do I call him Sir Garth? Right? Because he's not
Yeah,
the ward.
That's Arthur
right?
Resgill.
Yeah,
No, that's
okay.
that's correct. Like Sir
Oh.
Garth is
I'll be right
it's
back.
fine. That's correct.
By the way, before Robert does his introduction, Felicia, for those that don't remember, is the director of nursing of a whole-ass hospice office. And she's also on call this weekend because they're a little short-staffed, so she has to work just like as a nurse. And also, the other on-call nurse quit on Friday. This lady was working like 4 jobs. Like 2 jobs as a nurse, plus like 2 gig economy things, trying to keep her head above water. And she just called in on Friday, was like, tonight's my last night. I can't do this anymore. I just sat in my car and cried. And it had nothing to do with like the stress of this job. It was just work. And, so like, Felicia's a little bit swamped this weekend. That was how she has had to go on calls 4 times so far this weekend, which of course started with her getting home from work on Friday, our anniversary evening. So she has had a weekend. So if she has to kind of come and go, luckily it's Reyna. So like Reyna sometimes just kind of glides away from social things. Like, I am done with this party for the moment, right? And
Learned that from grandfather.
she'll just walk away sometimes. Like, yes,
I do,
this is enough.
I do imagine that that's a thing that Maker definitely does, that she's maybe picked up, that will sometimes just leave a room, like, not out of anger or anything, just sort of
What a
done.
fucking power move. Just
Yeah,
someone's
Yeah.
talking, you just leave.
yeah. Just like, I'm not angry at you, I'm just sort of finished with you.
And it's not even like the Batman sneaking away from Commissioner
No,
Gordon on the roof. It's not a sneaking thing. It's just like, yes, well, that's enough for now, right? And they just walk off to go do something else. Like, oh, I just remembered a letter I need to write, or whatever, and you just politely leave. So yeah,
I just know that
never.
I just know that every time that has ever happened in Adam's presence, he has absolutely gone to pieces about it. Like, fuck, what have I done?
What's the rest of the world offering her that I'm not?
Well, what a power move. Just...
Yeah.
So our final character introduction, though. Let's take it away, Robert.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert. I'll be playing Lucerys. And honestly, I think I'm the penultimate heir. If we go down the heir list, if you two die, the ultimate heir is Adam.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like being the last one in the chain.
Yeah, I guess it depends on which way you're ranking them. Like if you're counting up or counting down.
Yeah. So,
Anyways, it won't matter in a few weeks.
Okay, good.
Because the character king.
And much like my sister was maybe chasing a swan, I had a crane try to get my interest. And see, Lucerys is kind of having the opposite problem that Adam's having, in that he wants everything. And Meredith Crane's letter was very impressive. She's rich, she's pretty. But then Valena Tolan showed up and pulled Ellie to stand over her knee and metaphorically spanked her in front of everybody.
So you've got a crane and a green dragon.
And look like, ooh.
Talk about knowing audiences. And then sit down next to Luke and say fucking shit. So,
I think you should marry all of them.
It's like I don't care if you were impressed or not, but I know that you were.
that's speaking my language. And then of course there's Miranda Royce. What can we say about Miranda Royce other than she's Miranda Royce? She is in a lot of ways Luke. Like, I think they have a weird connection, similar personalities. So we will see what happens. But
I mean, because Luke has fucked an old man to death also. Like they
that's my backstory.
They first met in that subreddit.
Yeah. Today I found out. Today I learned or whatever. Like I fucking. Yeah, that's how we met.
So yeah, I think like honestly, just as like a word of Rusty out of character thing, I honestly think that you have the toughest choice to make, Robert. Like I feel like your three were like kind of the most evenly matched, with like really cool things about all three of them, and also their personalities are all pretty cool. There wasn't any clear victor, like I think Felicia had, and there wasn't like even a clear loser like I think Erica had, where like you've got this uncle that is clearly not terribly interested. He's a bastard. Like also he's your uncle, which is a little weird to us, and but like some of you had what I think was a clear hierarchy, and with Roberts it was just like I would marry any one of these in an instant.
Gotta catch them all.
Like as soon as Felicia's dead, I'm snatching up one of these three.
Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking as well. Like this is good. I want everything, which is why I'm talking about maybe Kevin King one day. Tell Robert Baratheon, but he's gonna have to die.
Everybody dies.
Everybody dies.
For the armor
Who doesn't get stabbed to death by Luke? Oh, and speaking of which, I mean, well, that's stabbed to death. That's not what happened. Also, what
Great, excellent phrasing.
I do forget the gentleman's name who I jousted against, though. He was some guy showing up to.
You held it against Sir
hang on.
Gargalen. Or
Oh,
Gargalen?
yeah.
I'm not sure how I've
I've always said gargling. Where the fuck is my?
But it was a good joust. So, and that's me.
I forget who I jousted.
I've got a thing here. It was. Oh
Barrack.
wait, no, hold on.
It was
Oh,
Beric.
Oh,
yeah, it was Barry Nymaryen.
Remember, he lost. He
Yeah.
lost to you, and then the guy who, one of your potentials, Garth.
Gareth
Garth Garsteel.
Well,
he
Well,
was betting
Adam's been
against
trying to
you.
nudge him to challenge her.
No,
Oh.
was that the guy I was?
Yes.
No, it's my guy, Ronnet, Red Ronnet.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Red
Red Water
Ronnet
was
was the
making
one
that
that I
bet.
was betting with.
Was he betting with Greysteel against?
No, he's betting with me against Bela.
Okay.
Because he
Yeah.
was like, "Don't be silly, a woman jousting,"
Ooh, he's in the wrong neighborhood.
and then he bet with me, and then he was like, and then he like got pissed, and it was like he like flicked something at Barrack after Barrack got up from his tumble.
Yeah, like he threw a coin at him as part of everybody giving Barrack shit. All the Stormlander Knights for just kind of being for losing a joust at all, but especially
Just kind of
yeah.
that coin at him and was like, you owe me for losing, or basically. And
Yeah, it was something like you already cost me 50, now you cost me 51, or whatever the bet was.
I realize of our joust, mine the only one that has not included a female jouster yet.
yeah, well,
So we're turning things upside down here in Dorne.
upside down.
My brain broke for a moment there, like not knowing which song to burst into because there's several with upside down in the lyrics, and my brain went, I can't choose.
Yep.
What we could do instead is a quick montage of the male knights hitting the mud, and go with "It's Raining Men." Like jump cuts of the moment they get hit and tumble from the saddle.
As long
But
as
then
we
the
do a weird Zoom
montage,
show, this is all in Adam's head.
and then it switches to Bela's head, and then it's let the bodies hit the floor.
I love the meme that was "It's Raining Men" and "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" are the same event from different perspectives.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're one of the men, it's a long way down.
So, yeah, it was a busy first day of the joust. Things picked up. We had the archery contest kick off, and that also went pretty well. So yeah, it's been a busy start to the tourney here. I have one final thing I have to plug before we get started, because I wanted to tell Ash about this live on the air. When I was setting up my third monitor, there was an accident with the little jar of dice.
Oh yeah.
that sent me with the Nymaryen sigil painted on it, and it fell from on top of my desk
To the
But get
floor.
this, it landed right side up, unbroken, unblemished, lid still on,
Unbound.
and
I was about to do the same
Yeah.
thing.
this giant thing of dice didn't scatter all across the hardwood floor in here. So kudos for getting a cool jar that was given extra strength by the Nymaryen sigil.
Nymaryans don't
when I-
crack.
Right
No.
when I saw that this glass thing go slowly tumbling off the edge of the desk, I was like,
Oh no!
Ash is gonna be upset. And
I
then,
can totally imagine this when it's slow motion.
but yeah, like I said, it landed right side up even, and so well done.
Here's mine.
I'd be less surprised if Felicia's survived the tumble.
It's a little more thick.
smaller, more compact, and it's not full of something that's going to scatter across the floor, which always makes the thing it's in more fragile, right?
Yeah.
It's just science. But yeah, I just wanted to thank Ash again for that because it was
Oh,
pretty
thank
cool.
you.
And then
Yeah,
the
super
fact
cool.
that it, and the cork stayed in, like the lid stayed on, everything about it was great because that would have really been some extra shitty mood going on.
Yeah,
In
it'd
the
have felt
middle of
really
the
bad if it
actual
broken.
performance. So yeah, top
If it had
notch
broken, I would have just
stuff.
had to. If it had broken, I would have just had to have made another one.
And
So-
it would have rubbed due to Rusty's insatiable monitor lust.
Guys, maybe like the Dark
Oh,
Knight
so
if it
now
had
his-
a wall of them.
Yeah, just all over the walls in a few weeks from now.
much like Robert with brides, except I actually get all three. So,
Aw.
You just
yes.
wait. You just wait.
It is very handy for this game though, because I can have all the different docs open and PDFs and Discord and Twitch. So yeah, I just wanted to plug and let everybody know if you're gonna buy a House Nymaryen jar from anywhere, buy one from Scotland. That's where the finest Nymaryen jars in the world.
Painstakingly painted by hand by me.
Aw, that's
By an
sweet.
actual Nymaryen.
By an actual Nymaryen. I've done a new Nymaryen art, but it's not ready to be revealed yet.
So,
Soon.
yeah, just wanted to mention that before we got rolling. And on the note of Ash and or Adam, I think we're gonna pick up with the one thing that we know we had down pre-party, because as we left off last session, I think most of your older siblings were kind of doing the work of getting some food from Lady Bessa of Flea Bottom, and get some kind of party platters ready and stuff like that. But Adam had some personal stuff to see to because he had kind of made a date to go for a walk in the gardens with the young lady Alicent Bulwer. I believe that the idea was shortly after dinner. So
Yeah, basically.
yeah, and that's kind of the during getting the party together phase. So let's take care of that first.
Yeah, like in a very on me fashion, I have not prepared anything for this. I don't have like script points like I normally do. I'm completely flying blind with this, and that's terrifying.
Well,
It's method acting, don't worry.
yeah. When she meets with you at dinner, she has an escort of sorts to be, very, very graciously walking her to you at the gardens. So this young lady's not walking alone, but she is on the arm of Lord Bryce Caron, who's not a close neighbor of hers, but is also, not Dornish. But, it may have been a matter of any number of knights trying to curry some small amount of favor by, very chivalrously walking this young girl. And he stops a polite distance away, and she's in a different outfit than she wore during the day. It's not uncommon for ladies, in particular ladies, to dress up differently for dinner and have an evening gown type of thing. She is in the colors of House Bulwer. This dress is more red and less of the kind of bone off-white. Because remember, her sigil isn't terribly ladylike.
It's not badass.
It's a bull's skull, not a bull's head, but a bull's skull on a kind of a blood red field. But they've tried to make it look kind of ladylike and formal, and that she's in a dress that is the kind of off-white bone color, and then it's got like red stitching for like the highlights, and then it's got like an embroidered design of that you have to almost look at for a moment to realize that it's multiples of the skull in kind of a, like you'd see like a tile pattern where it's like a small recurring thing, and it almost looks like a houndstooth
Yeah,
type.
I
It's
will.
this very small pattern of just all over. Who knows who worked on it and for how long? But it
Yeah,
ends up being an almost pink looking dress because it's this interwoven red and white, and it's like, okay, that's nice.
yeah. Well, that's the kind of thing that Adam pays attention to and cares about. He'd be like, "That's quite impressive." I mean, he won't say that, but
And it's again, it's also hard to make the house Bulwer sigil look very ladylike.
yeah, I mean,
Like
yeah,
they're trying. You couldn't do much better than asking the ladies of the Reach to be the ones to tackle that graphic design project for you. So, she pulls it off, and she does not look terribly, metal and badass, despite wearing that sigil all over. She somehow manages to still look, like who she is. So it's pretty impressive fashion feat that I wanted to make sure Adam got wind of, because I
definitely.
know he would notice it.
Yeah, that's he has noticed and is uh, impressed with that. He's definitely not going to say it's not very metal, but great. Find better words for that.
Adam
Um,
showing up full metal.
um, now I know that it's kind of customary for unmarried young ladies to be accompanied by like a septa or some other kind of female chaperone. Does she have anything like that, or is she being kind of handed
She
over on her own?
she doesn't, but you notice that Lord Bryce Karen doesn't go far. Like he accepts her, polite little curtsy of gratitude, and then it seems like he's kind of taking up almost a bodyguard type of position, like
Yeah,
left and right do, uh,
yeah,
for the Lady Olena. So he's not, hovering right there. He doesn't do any sort of like, I'm watching you, boy, overprotective stuff. It seems like he's just a knight that's stopping and admiring the garden a little bit, but just happens to be right over there, not very far. And you get the feeling he might be bodyguarding you as much as her, because
yeah.
you are
You know,
fairly young.
yeah,
You don't tend to go armed. It's just like, hey, there should be a knight around. It's Westeros.
yeah. I mean, thanks to Lady Olenna and Grandfather blabbing to everyone, he probably knows that I am no threat to her whatsoever.
That doesn't mean that you don't still want to like cut her throat or something. Who knows?
Oh my goodness! Such distrust.
But yeah, so
You
I'm
can
totally,
hire
I'm
a
totally
faceless man. It's gonna be Adam.
I mean, not with the 9 gold I currently have, but I mean,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
like that's why I'm kind of looking forward to more of the competition, because I need to get some money back, because I came back from King's Landing with 9 gold.
Because you hired a mercenary.
It was a very nice mercenary.
I mean,
was he?
in
Well,
retrospect, you did good. I'm just saying.
But not, I mean, nice is maybe the wrong word, but effective.
So
It is.
yeah. So yeah, she gives Lord Bryce Karen a polite little curtsy, and then she makes her way over towards you, and you get a polite little curtsy. Uh,
I will give her a polite bow.
Lord Adam, it is nice to see you again.
And you, my lady, might I say the design of your dress is quite exquisite.
Thank you. I'll pass on your compliments to the Lady Jana. She and the other girls just worked ever so hard on it.
Well, I'll offer my arm to kind of go for a
Yep.
stroll round.
And she accepts your arm, and she has a fan out in her offhand. which is especially not uncommon in Dorne, where they're all going to be a little uncomfortably warm. But yeah, so you are officially walking with a young lady through the gardens and being a much more, I don't want to say conservative young lady, but a much more Westerosi norm social expectation young lady. She is not going to grab the conversation by the reins or grab the conversation by the throat the way some of the Dornish women you know would. So she's
Yeah.
definitely going to be just kind of, I don't want to say demurely following, but you are very much leading this dance, if
Yeah.
that works. So
Yeah.
the
I'm
ball
very
is in
conscious of
your
that.
court.
Yeah, so I mean, what the kind of I've got a bit of a general plan to sort of take a leisurely stroll, have like some pleasantries, but kind of ultimately get her to a part of the garden that's going to not be like very observed, so that I can actually get to some kind of more delicate key points without everyone hearing about it.
Yep, that is easily enough done. During pleasantries and small talk about the joust, she makes sure to ask you about the archery contest because she's, of course, heard that you're such a fine archer, and she made a point of probably being, you know, guided towards that as a complimentary topic. She doesn't have much to say about the joust. Most ladies wouldn't, but
Yeah,
she does make a point of asking you a few questions about the archery contest, and oh, I'm sure that you could have outshot any of them, Lord Ashton.
oh,
That
but
type
you're,
of thing. Not
you've heard,
fawning, but
yeah,
Westerosi praise, flirting
yeah, yeah.
type of stuff.
Um,
But yeah, she
yeah,
doesn't mind you also kind of steering them off deeper
mhm,
into the garden. And
yeah,
Lord Bryce stays kind of a corner away, right? Like
sure,
yeah, it's a
that's fine.
polite distance. He's
Yeah,
not looming.
yeah, that works fine. I guess like kind of probably Adam will sort of talk about like if as they're kind of if they're passing any plants that only grow in Dorne or something that she may not be familiar with, they'll probably kind of talk um about those, or and like what do you think of them, and like what do you think of Dorne? Like what do you think of Weather Dressed? I mean, all that kind of thing.
She would,
Just kind of try and sort of because like he's kind of like this is my home, so he's trying to be a kind of good host
you get uh,
before launching into the difficult stuff.
yeah, you get the usual pleasantries. You do get one moment of what seems to be uh, pretty sincere, like tween girl, almost eye roll before she kind of composes herself again. But there's a moment of Jen, and she's just like, "It's nice to see something besides roses. I was in Highgarden so long, and everyone sends them roses that they have nothing there but roses." So you get this one moment of, and then she goes like, "Oh wait, it could sound like I'm criticizing them, and I shouldn't." So she composes herself, and then she's like, "But they're the finest roses in the world," and
Oh,
switches it back. But you do get one little moment of almost letting her guard down, and uh, you know, you remember that she's kind of been in Highgarden for a little while now, and might be feeling a little bit smothered by it.
that's understandable. Yeah, so I mean, well, they are the finest roses in the world. It's I suppose it's rather like if someone learns that you like a particular thing and then that is the only thing they ever give you as presents. I could imagine that would be a little tiring after a while, and you might want a change of scenery. Um, but I'm glad that you're, I'm glad that Lady Jana and the others are treating you well, and you seem to have a good rapport with them.
The ladies, of course, are wonderful. Lady Jana herself has insisted that I call her cousin, and so has Marjorie. It's such a shame she couldn't. It's such a shame she couldn't come. It's a weird
I,
thing.
I've,
Uh,
I agree. It is a pity, though. As I understand it, Willis requires someone to stay in the system.
I'm sure that Lord Mace simply wanted another lady's touch around.
Well, it sounds like they have embraced you warmly. That's good to hear. It's good to have friends that are that close.
And family, she says very warmly.
Indeed, and family. Yeah, what of your own family? I'm afraid I confess I know very little about House Bulwer specifically.
She almost misses a step as you're walking, and she then her eyes go kind of politely downcast. She says, "It hasn't been long since the fever took father, but some days it feels like it's been years. Mother is still mourning." And she says that part pretty carefully. And you have heard that her mother has not recovered very well from the spring fever that took Lord John, but she also was sick with it. But it also sounds like she has been not dealing with her grief very well. Kind of on top of the mourning, or on top of the being sick, in both. But you can tell her answer is kind of careful, and that she's of course not going to like talk ill of her lady mother, or whatever. But yeah.
Oh, of course, of course. I'm deeply sorry for the loss of your father, and that your lady mother uh, has not taken it well. My father did not cope terribly well with the loss of my mother either. So though um though I was too young to remember any of that, but I can only imagine how difficult that must be.
It is told that grief and fever go hand in hand, and sometimes one lingers longer than the other.
Well, I hope very much that your lady mother recovers in good time.
She gives you a gracious little kind of thank you curtsy, bob of the head gesture.
Have you siblings?
She does not. And she gives a little head shake. She goes, they say I would have had a brother if not for the fever.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that. I feel rather I've rather put my foot in my mouth asking about family there. My apologies.
Oh, no, Lord Adam. It's important that we get acquainted, of course. Uh, Everyone knows about your family, though. I'm afraid I'm not sure what to ask. Uh, your sisters are wonderful, and your brother is very handsome and able with a lance. And of course, we've all heard about how all four of you took care of that Lord Anders.
It was yes, well, it was quite the battle, but an honour to help keep the king's peace. And well, I would say be be careful of how much you compliment Luke within earshot of him. He'll get to a point where he won't be able to go through doors.
Well, perhaps if I
Talk about
compliment
hiring
him
a
enough,
faceless man. Just assassinating here.
he doesn't need a faceless man. She'll go, well,
Murder by words.
perhaps if I and the other girls compliment him enough, we could move you a step closer to being Lord of Wyvern's Rest. We are supposed to be plotting and scheming in the gardens, aren't we?
Oh, that is rather what people say, but I suppose people say that about the Dornish as well.
We are supposed to be scandalously assassinating someone, and if we must kill him, at least we will kill him with kindness.
Yes, I suppose if he dies being complimented by young ladies, he will at least die happy.
And die as he lived, I'm sure.
Well, yes, my brother is a fine knight with many qualities that warrant compliments, and I'm glad that you think highly of my sisters. They think highly of you too.
She looks a little coy for a moment, and she just goes, your brother's silver hair is quite fetching, she says, looking at your head, like dead on.
Well, I suppose to those who are unaccustomed to those of Valyrian blood, I imagine it appears quite exotic. I haven't thought about it terribly much myself, I confess.
Yep, neither have I, of course.
A liar! Sorry, I didn't actually say that. I was just thinking it. That was also internal.
All the
So-
agony and angst and carrying on is internal. Just mental note.
Yeah. all the wailing into the void is not in character. Well, it's not
rather-
diabetic.
Yeah, rather it is in character but internal.
Yes, exactly. Gay fear. So kind of once we're sort of round to a kind of quiet enough spot, I would imagine that kind of sort of situated around the garden are places that people can sit. I would like to kind of invite her to like have a seat.
Within reason, around the garden and the fountain is basically anything you guys want to describe. Like, you
Sure.
can't have a wine fountain. You can't have a bench,
You hawk the bell?
a bench entirely made of
We have
real
bell time.
dragon eggs, or a Valyrian steel bench, or whatever. But as far as other stuff goes, any particular, plants or just visual effects that for any of you want to describe in the gardens or fountains, you probably can. So yeah, there's absolutely benches abound. This one is actually carved out of the red stone of the mountain in a draconic shape. So down by your feet is a tail, and then the body and the outstretched wings make a kind of gently sloping U-shape bench, and then the backrest is only on about half of the bench. It's the dragon's head kind of turning and looking over its shoulder. So yeah, it's a very Nymaryen bench, perfect for dramatically reclining on solo, but also fine enough for a pair of people in the gardens.
Yeah, that sounds like it will do nicely. Will you sit with me a moment?
Of course.
I find it's quite pleasant to observe the fountain from here.
The sound of the water is very soothing, yes.
And I had hoped that, well, there are matters I thought it best discussed privately and as soon as possible. Um, I I first want to ask, um, what Lady Olenna and um your cousins have told you about me, and I want you to know you can speak freely um in answering that.
She blushes politely at first. And she goes, well, they tried to warn me ahead of time about those Nymaryen good looks, but alas, I still found myself a little off balance. And she gives you a little playful swat with her fan. And they told me that you were a splendid archer, which I knew must be true. The finest in King's Landing must mean the finest almost everywhere. And they told me that you were scandalously eligible, as are all the Nymaryen siblings. And here she starts to not just be flatteringly bantering, and she kind of slows down. You can tell she's carefully picking her words. And I know, of course, that you are chivalrous enough that I would be safe taking a walk with you in the gardens. And she says that very carefully.
Okay, so should right. You're probably going to say no, but should I roll for this, or is like Adam adept enough at interpreting things empathically that to get the subtext there?
Yes, you have the subtext.
Okay. That I had thought as much, and I thank you for confirming that. While I'm less than thrilled um about that being such public knowledge, I suppose it's better for you to know sooner rather than later. I what The reason I ask is because I care about what you think about that. Is that something that you would consider a problem?
Um, she lays a hand on your forearm, kind of, I would say comfortingly, because maybe that sounds a little patronizing, but reassuringly, let's say. And she goes, oh, it, of course, the chivalry of House Nymaryen is common knowledge, but your particular chivalry, my lord, uh, was explained to me by the Lady Marjorie, who mentioned it with every bit of warmth and affection, uh, because, of course, her youngest brother is also every inch the knight, uh, and follows the knightly code and protects all women.
Of course.
But believe me, the Lady Marjorie speaks of Sir Loras with nothing but warmth in her heart, and the same was true when she spoke of me to you. And I believe she heard of it only from her grandmother, who was quite impressed with meeting you in King's Landing. It's
Really? Can I have that in writing, please? Because that comes as a surprise.
Let me get my camera real quick. Can we say this again?
she would never write that sort of thing down, I'm afraid.
No, of course not. Lady Olenna is a formidable personality, but I see her good heart. And
It shines as golden as the Tyrell rose in the right fight.
quite exactly. It took a bit of getting used to when first I encountered it. But well, in the absence of any doting grandmother myself, she has fulfilled that role quite aptly. Not least of all in her closeness to my grandfather. They've been at their schemes for longer than I had first thought.
I've heard that the ladies of House Will aren't the doting grandmother type. I think that they might be where Vela got most of her blood.
Well, quite. Though I think about the same amount of formidable character.
Indeed, some thorns are as sharp and just as dangerous as some spears, I imagine.
Very much so. Well, it heartens me that they have spoke of me highly, and that you do not find me off-putting. That I appreciate that. I'm glad that we've gotten to talk about that and get that out of the way. I confess I was rather nervous about it, but it was important to me that that you weren't under any illusions.
Out of character, I'm trying to figure out how to answer to, because you're being much more blunt about it than she is.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'm like, because I didn't plan out ways to say this ahead of time. I am not being. I don't have. I'm not good at coming up with subtleties like off the cuff. So you can assume that I was maybe more subtle. I don't know if that helps.
She will. She'll just say, "I can't imagine very many young ladies finding you off-putting, Lord Adam."
Yes, that's rather the problem. So, shall we continue our walk?
Of course, if you like.
Right. So, like, I'll kind of. This will be, I guess, the sort of second half, and I'm not going to like spend like terribly long on the rest of it, but like not so quick that it's impolite or anything. And we'll talk about some other kind of house-related things, and so that it still kind of feels like part of the getting to know you kind of thing. But like really, that was the kind of key thing that you wanted to know about. So kind of everything else is just sort of window dressing.
She is perfectly adept and comfortable at window dressing. It's easy for her to politely talk to you about your siblings, because your siblings and you have been up to a lot these last several months. So
Well, I guess the thing that I guess the thing that in that case that I might be able to kind of lighten things with is talking about the match between Reyna and Willis, and like gossip about that.
She will sigh a little wistfully, and say, "The Lady Marjorie also talked to me about Willis, and he is." And she pauses to sigh like a young girl should, talking about someone like Willis Tyrell, and you know that it's not like fake. She's not acting for this part. But during that pause, you can't help but notice, or rather, certainly Adam can't help but notice, her gaze flicks down towards your legs, and just like a quick little snap. She goes, but like Sir Loris, every inch of Willis is going to be a fine Lord of Highgarden someday.
I don't doubt it. I'm conscious that our walk is we're almost back where we started. So I would like to ask a little later in the week. There's going to be hunts and some hawking, and I would be delighted if you could join us.
Uh, you can tell she wants to like jump up and down, and like if she was a year or two younger, she could jump and clap and squeal a little. And if she was a year or two older, she could jump and clap and squeal a little and get away with it. Or if she wasn't the lady of her house. But as it is, she's right in that middle ground where she's not supposed to look like a wild maiden that's fun to hang out with, but she's also not supposed to look like a young girl, right? So she's stuck in this middle spot, but you absolutely see her eyes light up, and she lets out this big beaming smile, and she says, "Oh yes, Adam, I would love that. It's all the girls talked about the whole way here."
Good. Well, that's. I look forward to that then. I haven't been hawking in quite some time, so I'm afraid I'll be a bit out of practice. I hope I won't embarrass anyone.
You haven't really, out of character, I'm trying to think, like, you haven't really done any hawking or.
Not on screen. Not on screen, but
yeah.
Adam does like hawking, but just
Yeah,
hasn't
in
done it
the
on screen.
abstract. I'm just saying, like, it hasn't come up in game, so there isn't, like, a story or a compliment she can give, because she would have one, right? If you were like,
Yeah.
if you'd specifically talked about riding, for instance, she could talk about chasing
Hmm.
the young knight of Sir Ironwood to his death, and whatever. But with the hawking, I'm like, wait, there isn't really a prompt there. Wait, damn it, Adam accidentally blindsided her with something she's not ready to compliment him on. So yeah, I don't have a prepackaged one. So
I mean
yeah,
that's
assume it's
okay.
just assume that she is appropriately complimentary, um,
Hmm.
and about your ability to hawk and hunt. But yeah, that one I just kind of out of character, like didn't have a line ready.
That's okay. Now you know how I feel when I do stuff without prompts. Okay, so yeah, that I think would kind of let us sort of segue into kind of drawing things to a close. Um, with the kind of like sort of looking forward to. Whoa.
And
Oh, there's a hawk in the room.
Sorry.
she whacked the shoulder with the blanket, and I was like, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, so with that, Adam will sort of find an appropriate way to kind of end that, and sort of bid her good night and all that.
She absolutely graciously returns it, with what absolutely seems to be genuine fondness and warmth. You notice that Lord Bryce managed to, like, because he was just the way he was kind of staying a corner away from you lot, he actually managed to be at like that entrance point before you guys.
Hmm.
So it gives the appearance that he didn't even follow you. Like he's just, Secret Service dude standing at the entrance. So,
Yeah.
yeah, there's no kind of interruption or distraction from him.
Of
Yeah,
course.
she just graciously wishes you a good evening, and then
And I'll wish him a good evening as well, but only after I've done that to her.
yeah, he returns it with a polite bow, and to you as well.
See you. I'm sure I'll see you both on the morrow.
And they're gone as mysteriously as they arrived.
Adam finally lets out the breath he's been holding in the entire time.
Which, to be clear, was not very mysteriously, but yeah, it was technically as mysteriously as they arrived. So yeah, that
So-
is over and
so yeah.
done. And Adam's not
Yeah,
dead.
so Adam's got to hustle and round up people for this gathering. At Luke's request. I think Luke put him in charge of finding certain people.
I think that, and just all of you are inviting whoever you think to mention it to, and some of them are probably mentioning it to other people, whether they were meant to or not. But yeah, word certainly seems to have gotten out.
Our house party's gonna get out of control, like in every movie where there's a house party.
The cops will come.
You show up and you get there, and like Stannis is leaping off the high
He's
wall,
gonna keg stand.
high wall of the tower into the fountain.
Renly streaking through the quads.
They're all Stannis.
Stan the man.
Head Stannis. Head
Oh
Stannis.
no, that's terrible.
And with
There's
that,
so much wrong with this.
and with that, Luke is no longer invited to his own party.
Fair.
So, does anyone have any other pressing business that they wanted to take care of pre-party that is not party adjacent? Like, not in terms of making sure we've got some wine and making sure we've got some snacks and making sure we've got some people, and like, anybody got any other big stuff?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Girls.
I'm ready to get this shindig going.
I was thinking of it more of as a box social.
I think. I mean, right there is a very short thing that Adam, a short bit of business Adam had with Oris, but it can probably actually wait until the party itself.
It's your call.
Yeah, it's actually probably better to actually kind of try and get a hold of him beforehand. There's less chance of being overheard.
All right then. You are able to find Sir Oris the Aurochs, who is camped out at the tourney grounds. He's got their big pavilion tent up. He has it all to himself. You notice that Willy Will has probably been harangued into staying in the castle, or may be insistent on staying in the castle because he is the master of lists. But one way or the other, whether they said, like, sir, but your leg, which probably would have been the worst way to get him to stay in the castle, and instead of traveling outside and back and forth, but someone somewhere managed to keep Willy Will of the Bells inside Wyvern's Rest to be available as master of the lists. And it's Robert's turn to mess up his camera. Okay, he's going to have camera. He did it on purpose. But yeah, so Oris has that pavilion tent, which is basically, it's largely the same as when you all last saw it, except it hasn't got Nymaryen ribbons as the add-ons, like it did back in King's Landing, where he was using this pavilion tent for that. So yeah, it's a, it is the same tent, and Oris is out front, and you see he's just working on his armor, sitting in kind of a camp chair type of thing there near the campfire, going over his armor piece by piece, looks like.
Oh, you finally got your own pavilion like you wanted.
He gives you a grin as you arrive. He goes, "Well, I got my own pavilion, but I'd have rather not gotten it at the cost of Will's leg."
Fair enough.
So I'd say I got it, but not like I wanted.
But I'm sure you'll have many more pavilions ahead of you in the future. Do you need any help with that?
He shakes his head. He goes, "Nope, and wouldn't be proper. You're a man now, not just some squire."
Well, I'm not a squire at all at the moment, unless someone else takes me on, but I appreciate the thought. Can I just talk to you for a minute, kind of privately? I mean, you can keep working on the armor.
Already started, so might as well keep riding.
Like, is there just kind of somewhere I can sort of sit down that's like nearby?
Sure.
Sure.
We'll say there's also a big, kind of half a log.
Yeah, I figured something like that.
Up into the ground. So yeah, there you go. You can have some thing.
So, Luke is throwing a party by the pools, and you're invited.
He gives you a little smile. He goes, "Already was."
Oh.
I think Elia's exact phrase was, "We need to fill it with bastards."
Well, she has quite a way with words.
She does. Practically a bard, that one.
Let's not get too complimentary.
It's like, don't say nice things about my nemesis. You're my friend.
It's a warning sign. Like, I just wanted to. I may be, assuming you don't know a thing you already do know, but I thought probably best to err on the side of caution. That I know that when we were in King's Landing, you got on quite well with Maya Stone, and I just kind of wanted to make sure. I don't know if that's even. Yeah, never mind. Well, that's fine, but I don't know if you are aware that
That I shouldn't climb that mountain on account of she's my sister and we're not Targaryens.
yes, close enough. So that's rather answered the unknown value there. I wasn't sure if you knew or not, and I didn't want to assume that you didn't, and then regret not checking. But but you do, so it's fine. And
the curvy little one that hangs around her, that Miranda.
oh yes, did she inform you?
She mentioned about 3 times whose bastard Maya Stone is. So
All right.
I'm not sure if
But I mean it with the greatest affection, but you're not always the quickest on the uptake.
I've been told.
Right. All right. That was. I just wanted to head off any potential problem, but there isn't going to be one, so that's fine, and we can forget this awkward conversation ever happened.
You know, technically, this means my great-grandmom was a Targaryen. Maya's too.
So
Well,
good.
Oh, he's right.
And said it completely like deadpan and without like looking up at you. He's just, you know, idly working on his armor and pointing out that he and Maya do both have Targaryen blood.
I mean, I'm very happy for you, but times have moved on, and are you trying to give me a heart attack?
That gets him to crack, and you see this grin poke out through the broken beard.
You absolute arse.
I thought that's why you fancied me. He says, not wavering.
Thanks for that. It had been a whole minute since yeah. Thanks for reminding me. And it's not very funny, you know.
Oh, come on. Now that you're a man instead of some squire, I'm sure your grandfather's gonna be marrying you off along with the rest of your lot. That's all anyone else here has been talking about all week. And he gestures vaguely towards everyone. Like it's that sort of gesture that's just like literally everyone around me is talking about marrying one of you.
And you know what? I'd kind of rather be left out of it, to be honest. It's kind of dampening my festivities. I mean, I don't mind assisting and cheering on my siblings in that regard, but when they're bringing me into it, it makes me quite uncomfortable. And please don't give me a lecture about duty, because I've already had like 6 of those in the last 24 hours. I do not need one from you.
That's fine, my lord. I'm sure there's all manner of burden that come with being born castle-born that I just wouldn't understand.
And now you're just sounding sarcastic.
He gives an Avalanchean shrug. His broad shoulders rise upon. He goes, "It's not my concern, I guess. It's not like it's a problem I'll ever have. Ladies aren't exactly falling all over themselves to give their daughters to bastard hedge knights."
I mean, that's not really the point. I just... I would appreciate it if you could be one of the people that didn't remind me of it. If you can manage that, I would appreciate it.
He gives a shrug and kind of a sigh and doesn't directly answer the request or like stop methodically working on his armor. And then he glances your way and just goes, "It was kind of funny seeing her, though."
See who?
Your cousin this afternoon.
Why was it funny?
She was falling on her arse after the Omen whooped her. So I imagine that's one time you might want to talk about a joust.
I like jousting. I'm just not good at it myself. And I mean, I must say that was quite satisfying, and it wasn't just the assuaging power of winning gold.
Wagered against your own blood.
Well, you say it like I did something terribly wrong.
Aren't you supposed to come back with some fancy talk about, I don't know, wagering to earn the favor of House Toland or some such?
Well, I mean, the favour of House Toland is nice, but like seeing Elia taken down a peg or two is nicer.
They've been eyeing that Velena, you know. And he gestures again in all the knights here type of wave. He goes, "They've been taking a look at her and your sisters."
Well, they're all quite impressive. and Luke was certainly very impressed. I think at this point he sort of he may just try and marry all of his prospects. They all seem basically perfect for him. But well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure
Born, I guess.
I'm sure Lady Valena can handle any unwanted looks that she receives.
I'm sure she can handle the wanted ones too.
Yes, quite probably. Are you planning on jousting tomorrow? Or any other day?
Maybe not tomorrow, but yeah.
Well, good luck, I suppose.
He gives out an Orisian grunt of acknowledgement.
Well, I have to go do things and stuff of an unspecified nature now, so I suppose I'll see you later.
Aye, over by the fountains, right?
Correct. Good chat. Good chat. Cool. No doubt. He's now joking about crushing my heart. This is fine. I'm just gonna lie down in the dirt and let the earth take me.
Oh,
So remember how we used to have that whole thing happen? Remember how we all got over it? It's real funny. And then Adam's like, ha 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 ha.
Kill me,
Crossbow
please.
to his head.
Yeah, quite.
Oris is not a bad dude, but he's not going to be the most sympathetic when somebody complains about all the highborn ladies that want to marry him. That is something he is not trained for expressing sympathy towards. Like, oh no, you'd be the Lord of Harrenhal. Yeah, that's really tough. Like that's just not, you know.
I think that's because fundamentally he's unaffected by the problem that Adam is dealing with, so he can't possibly know what it's like.
Because
So he thinks it's a great problem, but it's actually fucking hell.
Well, he's like a guy making minimum wage here, and you like, oh, taxes are real high on us rich people.
I
And he'd be invested in several games.
I had to pay $750 income tax last year.
I mean, I dislike Adam being compared to Trump, but thanks. And I vehemently disagree with Adam's problem being like a non-problem, but I mean, fine if that's how he sees it, I guess.
I think the best phrase would be, it's a man dying of thirst watching another man drown.
It is a problem that he would kill to have, and so it's tough to be terribly.
I mean, I can't even say he's welcome to swap because Adam doesn't want to see him marry anyone else either. So, I'm afraid I'm going to have to defend Adam in this. That his problem is not that great.
Yeah, and out of character, I completely agree, and I get it. It's just from Oris's perspective, it's hard to feel bad for that. So he tries, but he's not got the highest empathy score.
No, clearly not. I expected more than that, but well, okay. Anyway, Adam is going to go and not bother inviting anyone else because clearly Elia has beaten him yet again to a thing.
She just tapped into the bastard mind meld network and spread the word.
Yeah, clearly it's like a hive mind or something. So yeah, like Adam's gonna go to his room and cry a bit and then change his clothes. I'm not even joking.
All right. Anybody else got any pre-party conversations, discussions, schemes, etc., etc.
My scheme is the party.
I don't. I don't. I don't scheme.
My
Oh,
scheme
you
is still
liar.
developing. It's too early to discuss my
It's
scheme.
like schemes are for lower born people. I plan.
They're called plots, or ploys.
All right then. I think that we are about ready to jump right to the party. But before we do that cut, let's go ahead and take in our break so that we're not interrupting the party. Like this is close to halftime ish. So
Yeah,
close
we'll
enough
early
that
time,
we'll
that's
get
good.
our break in early. And when we come back, everybody can describe their party outfits as they like. And we will see who you lot decide to end up mingling with. And I've got a few things that may or may not be prompted by other conversations or people hanging out or whatever. So we'll just kind of see how things go with this socialization affair. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Holy crap, you guys, it's party time. We are back from our breaks, right? Everybody just be psyched. Yep, Felicia, hey, it's not that kind of party. We're not that
It could
type
be.
of young lady.
I mean, it probably is that kind of party, but still.
I mean, yeah. I had a
What's the medieval equivalent of a t-shirt cannon?
Listen, this is a, I don't know, Y17 stream, whatever the...
They have.
Darnish Gone Wild.
I mean, I'd watch it. Like, that's a pretty good show.
That is Rusty. That is
It's
basically,
available on DVD.
Rusty. That is basically this live stream.
It is.
So, we are back, and it is party time. So, I am going to basically hand it over to Robert right now to be our first kind of in-character thing. Do you want to describe, like, what you guys wearing or whatever, or who are you looking to talk to first? Describe the party itself, if you're kind of the head organizer, but knock yourself out, man. Go,
So, yeah, so I kind of imagine we have a series of, we kind of discussed them a little bit before, like open air pools and foyers, just, you know, kind of spread around. So around a few of these, we have some food brought in, lots of wine. Lucerys is going to be in whatever an appropriate equivalent of swimming trunks would be, and then like a very light fabric shirt that's kind of opened up. This is a very casual Dornish style party, so and he's gonna be kind of he's gonna hop into one of the pools, and he's basically gonna be there drinking some wine and greeting people as they come in, like try to get them to relax, you know, take off any heavy coats or whatever if anyone's cool to wear those in Dorne.
The only person who wears a heavy coat in Dorne is Alicent Mormont.
Yeah,
and that's all.
and we invited her, so you know.
Yeah, makes her happy.
Luke is kind of like more or less kind of just observing. He just kind of wants to create a casual atmosphere. You maybe get to know people a little bit better as it develops. But at the moment, it's just kind of being a master of the ceremonies, I suppose.
All right. So no one NPC yet being targeted by the baleful gaze of a drunken Lucerys Nymaryen. Let's go
Not
to the.
yet.
I think it's going to be less of a baleful gaze and more of a probably lascivious gaze.
I depends on who it is, but also yes.
Jovial, perhaps, if we want to be more general.
Jovial.
Let's go with the other middle child. What's Bela up to?
So I don't really know what passes for a swimsuit in Westeros for women, or even Dorne for that matter. But
Dorne's probably not a lot.
I'm thinking something like a bandeau up top, just kind of like a wrap, and then something similar to like board shorts almost on the bottom. So not like a bikini bottom, but like short
I
shorts.
think I get what you mean. Yeah.
If that
Sure.
makes sense. And then she'd also have like a sort of like a sheer wrap up top that's kind of like mostly like lace and thin
For modesty.
material, yes, for modesty and that kind of stuff until later on where she gets
Yeah, the vibe I get canonically is that most of the time people go swimming, they do so naked. But because we've got like 12 and 13-year-olds on the guest list and all that, we're not. That will not be the norm. But yeah, like I think it's just gonna be like whatever you're wearing that the water won't shrink. So like I imagine you could, you know, like cotton trousers type of thing. Maybe people wear, you know, but not your leather pants with your born bad boy. He's not gonna, you know. But yeah.
Stop tormenting me with a thing that's thousands of miles away, Rusty.
Sorry, I'll stop being.
Unless.
But yeah, so I just kind of figure it's, you know, whatever the water would not damage, and whatever
I mean,
be comfortable,
like,
but yeah.
Silk and linen are probably the kind of most popular, like, cool fabrics.
I'm also picturing like lounging couches and fancy pillows everywhere.
Oh, definitely. You gotta have lots and lots of pillows everywhere.
So is there anyone Bela is particularly wanting to interact with? Does she arrive with anyone? Does she make a beeline for somebody as she gets there?
She doesn't arrive with anyone, but she'll grab some wine as she arrives and kind of just stroll around the pools, just like to make herself seen, and then once she's done like a once around, she will circle around to Balin's Swan.
Okay. Do we? Let's say like because you're doing the once around, we'll go to other character introduction things, so they can potentially arrive during the once around. But you're looking for Balin Swan.
No, she's stalking him. She
he's
just
there.
doesn't know it.
She's being casual. She can pick up any guy. And then Balin Swan is definitely target though.
Yeah, she's absolutely yeah.
She played it cool. I get it.
The first time she walks past him, she just winks at him and then like keeps going.
Love it.
What about the other Nymaryen twin?
Oh Lord. I didn't even think about the whole what the fuck is a bathing suit thing until y'all started talking about it.
Well, I mean, like, what Erica described is not like out with the realms of possibility, because that's certainly the kind of thing that if it was a hot day you would lounge around in anyway. But there's also like historical kind of things that's kind of like a slip, just like a very kind of thin, kind of knee length, sort of strappy dress type thing that's like kind of light enough that you're not going to get dragged to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this is just okay. So, what I'm picturing is kind of the same kind of bandeau top because it's practical for this sort of thing. And as far as the bottoms go, I'm picturing like harem pants, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's
That sounds-
gathered at the ankles.
That sounds sensible.
And super light material, but it's not white.
Yeah.
It would be like a wine color. And like I don't even know what to do with all that fucking hair, but probably put it up because that's the last thing you want to deal with is wet hair. But yeah, it's all their hair's just all pinned up on the back of her head, and then she has the gauzy wrap thing to wear around, it's loose at her wrists, and she just wears it like a shawl kind of thing, and that is going to be like a silvery gray, but no jewelry. And which is very odd because we almost always have jewelry on. And but we're going swimming, so it doesn't make sense to have it.
As Ash quietly erases his swimming jewelry from his inventory, he's like, haha,
Yes.
of course.
First of all, how dare you?
Like, second of all, is it the daytime swimming jewelry or the nighttime swimming jewelry?
Oh, and no
There's
shoes.
a lot of wealth.
I mean, like, right, like Adam likes to dress fancy, but like he's not gonna like put metal in water like that. He's not complete fool.
It's so disrespectful to the metal.
Gold won't corrode.
Like, unless he's trying to impress somebody by not caring. Because then you guys could all just go swimming in like super expensive stuff and then just casually take it off while you're swimming.
Listen.
That would be kind of...
Yeah, which swim is not a contest we want to get into with the high garden?
Yeah, I was gonna say like one like a lot of High Gardeners here, they will totally outcompete us on that. And but secondly, that would be a hell of a power move if you just kind of were sort of dripping in gold while you're lounging in the pool.
Yeah, if you win it, sure.
But no, Adam's not going to be completely laden with jewelry.
What is it going
So-
to be?
well, also, before we jump to Adam, is there anyone Reyna is looking for?
Sorry, Felicia, you have to make a decision.
I will.
No, I mean, the decision could be like, no, she's currently just prowling. It's fine. Yeah.
I'm prowling, but I'm looking for Beric. I mean, I may not approach him, but I probably will. But but that's who she's looking for, whether or not she, you know.
All right. You don't see him yet.
Okay.
And now, off to Adam. So what's your party outfit, and is there anyone in particular you're steering towards immediately upon arrival?
Well, this is something I didn't actually like. For the first time ever, I didn't write a description. So I'm just making this up.
Yeah, I thought maybe that meant we had a picture instead.
No, that would have been cool. I mean, I do have a very strong visual image in my mind, but no, I didn't draw it or write it down this time. I've had double the normal amount of time, and I did less. I don't know what happened. Clearly, I'm a pod person. But yeah, Adam will have kind of gone for like kind of knee length linen breeches, so they're kind of not unlike shorts, but people who know him will know that that's kind of unusual because he normally doesn't like let his left leg be exposed at all. So this is a kind of new development, and he'll have like a silk. I don't know what to call it. Like kind of like a tunic, but not quite. Like I think like it's what I kind of want to call it a kimono type thing, but it's not like a proper kimono. It's more like what Westerners would call a kimono, which is basically a silk bathrobe. But yeah, like kind of like a silk robe that's kind of folded and tied at the waist, but he's left it quite open, and no shirt because it's too hot. And it'll all be in kind of the Nymaryen colours. And for once he's not covered in jewellery. He's just got like a gold 7-pointed star like on a chain. That's it. So he's relatively for him quite dressed down, but like still looking kind of
Fancy.
casually fancy.
All right.
And perhaps kind of belying like a little bit more of like, if it's not actual kind of confidence about his appearance, it's an attempt to force himself to have some in kind of letting his kind of scarred and sort of twisted leg be visible for a change.
All right.
Because he likes paddling, so he's not going to wear shoes for the pool party.
And is there anyone in particular that Adam is making a beeline towards?
Yeah. He probably is going to like hang out with Ned first, because he like that's like Ned's his kind of safe base that he can kind of have a few drinks and not feel kind of anxious about, and then he'll kind of once he feels a bit more relaxed, he'll kind of talk to other people.
You also actually don't see young Edric Dane here yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that changes things. In the absence of Ned, I believe I invited Sir Elisand.
Yes, she is here.
Okay.
And she is visible because she's a pretty
Cool.
big person. So yeah, she is, or sorry, Obara is big, and the sand snakes are standing together. So it's easy to make out the three of them.
Oh,
It is all three. So Elia is big.
I didn't think about that. Fuck. Oh well, I've chosen it now. Tough. Yeah.
I mean, you can go somewhere else if you want to. It's okay. But yeah,
I guess. Right, okay, I mean, like, I don't know who's all here. You said it was a random table, so I don't actually know who's present now.
it's not a fully random table. It's just that some of them are arriving later. Later on. But
Oh, right. Okay.
most of them are here. It's just that so far, two of the three of you that are looking for someone in particular look for someone that has an entry prompt.
Okay. Right. Well, unless he chases me away, I'm gonna like stay close to Luke for now.
So just to make that extra funny, Luke is gonna like wave and go. So do sand snakes swim?
You know they swim, Luke. They were dunking us in the pool the other night.
Give a big grin.
Obara holds up a finger in like just a second towards you as she's downing a cup, and then she slams it down, and as the crowd around them cheers a little bit, you see that she was racing Alysain Mormont to the bottom of that
Whoa.
that
Yeah. Those two.
Normally I get involved in a contest like this, but I know my limits.
So, the two of them, it looks like, was pretty much a dead tie. Alysain Mormont lets out a great northern belch after gulping down hers. Obara's sand isn't quite that rough around the edges and flaunting of social norms in Westeros, but it seems to be taken with good humor by the vague milling crowd of knights. And then Obara recovers and kind of wipes her face. She goes, I don't know how well we swim. And then she kind of looks sideways a little mischievously and then tosses her head towards the pool. And Elia doesn't seem to notice as Elia is making her way towards you. And then Obara goes, but at least one of us can fly. And she and Maya Stone grab Elia and heave her towards the pool. Luckily, with Obara and Maya behind it, there is enough mass that Elia does, in fact, clear the sides of the pool, etc., and just splashes indignantly into the fountain and comes up spitting mad and splashing and cussing up a storm as Sorella elegantly poses on the edge of the fountain. Just kind of sits up on the edge and for the moment looks content to kind of lounge sideways on the edge of the pool.
Luke is doing everything in his power not to laugh at Elia getting tossed, but it was very funny. So he will give her a little bit of room to come up and assist her if needed, but she knows she's got it. So, when you can fly. Fair.
That wasn't flying, that was falling with style.
So a brief but violent splash fight ensues as Obara makes her way into the fountain. Maya doesn't. She drifts away a bit and is chatting with some other people. But yeah, you guys now have the sand snakes pulled into your orbit.
Fantastic.
Not going to start a splash fight yet.
Yeah, she's just splashing at Obara. It's just the two of them a little backsy-fortsy.
Elia, you rode well, even though you were dehorsed.
Ah, I was the first winner of the tourney, she says, not at all feigning any sort of humility or acknowledging her defeat.
Who doesn't know what humility is?
I mean, and why should she?
She gives a big grin. Fastest lance at the whole tourney.
You were willing to step up when nobody else was.
Bravest too, then. You're right, cousin.
Well played, brother.
The woman who divorced you. Any words on her?
She's old. She
Wow.
she isn't. Like, she's like vaguely 20-ish.
Yeah.
But to Elia, she's like, whatever, grandma. You know, like very loudly, just like, "Huh, she's old."
Luke is gonna
Yes.
freak his wide skin in the
Did
pool
you
and
want-
just laugh at this.
Did
Yeah,
you want
practically
another
busted.
word?
Goodness.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept up to 2 words.
Lucky.
Mm-hmm. And the third?
No, not yet. But I could think of one.
I think you both did quite well, but she did get you.
It was a fluke.
Perhaps. Perhaps it was.
Still, and she makes a big deal of kind of tilting her chin. She did what none of the men here were brave enough to try.
That she did.
So the
And
important thing is that it's still a Dornish woman.
we're all the same team, right?
Adam's kind of over to the side, rolling his eyes so hard he can see his own brain.
Speaking of your competitor, I'm gonna look around to see if I can spot spot her.
What's her name, Robert?
Last name is Tolan. First name I
Selena.
just forgot.
There we go.
Selena Collins.
I just want to give you shit. There's an SNL skit where they're on a game show called like "What's My Name?" And
Yeah,
they're-
yeah. That's
they're like, "They've been your
really
mate
good
for
bits.
30 years," and you know, I just
I
wanted.
think was I wanted to call her Lady first name, but I forgot quite the first name.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Your excuses will not ring hollow in the bedroom, I'm sure.
Maybe she needs to unhorse more of my cousins for me to remember. I don't know.
Hello, my lady. It is
Name,
Poland,
lady name.
and Velena Toland is here. She looks like she's hanging out with Alison Mormont and Maya Stone right now. It looks like most of the you do see like Mary Crane and Miranda Royce here also, but most of the kind of more conservative knights and very small handful of ladies that are here still kind of aren't too sure about mingling with sand snakes and other bastards. So it looks like kind of the rough-hewn warrior women have carved out a bit of a niche for themselves here in Wyvern's Rest.
I'm going to try to get everyone's attention. I'm going to raise my wineskin. Knights and ladies, if I may, a drink to my brother for his name day.
Yes,
Did
to me.
a hearty cheer and lifted cups.
Thank you.
We'll have a drink, I suppose.
Nice.
Not actually drinking anything in it today. I forgot I had it.
Okay, I'm just going to let kind of things stew for a little while.
All right. I didn't know if you had another handful of toasts planned. But I was waiting. Yeah,
I have
everyone
nothing
respond-
planned, so don't worry about that.
Everyone respond in the affirmative.
We can start a drinking game at some point. Every time Elliot says something annoying, take 2 drinks.
You know, is kind of charming in an immature way, and then Valeda Cullen just put her on her ass. So I didn't brag about it at all.
It was quite. It was
Everyone
a very.
talking through camera today.
It's not behaving. Can't hear you, Felicia.
It doesn't like the new monitor.
Just a little bit of change in the monitor design is enough.
High. And so I need it to tilt down because if it's straight, it just goes like right here.
Would like blue tack or something be able to secure it?
I don't know. Well, I'll futz with it later.
Yeah, he'll be. So, we've got that going on. So, let's see. I'll just name drop a couple more folk that are here and see if anyone catches your fancy. Mary Crane is here. She's chatting with Miranda Royce. Her brother Parman is standing nearby. He is not laughing as uproariously as the other two are at some joke that just finished. He's not like Stannising it up in like a dour face way. Just
I love the Stannis of the
yeah.
I do want to channel Stannis for a moment as I see Miranda Royce talking to Meredith Crane.
He's just
And
not
you're like, that's not good.
he's just not laughing at whatever they're laughing at. Balin Swan is here, and it's like he is chatting a little bit of archery near the edge of the fountain, where you see him talking with Sorella Sand, and little Robert Frey has left the orbit of Alysanne Mormont, and is over there trying to look very adult and peer and discussing the archery contest with the other champions.
Oh.
But there is no mistaking his occasional glance around at Dornish women in Dornish swimming outfits, some of which are now soaking wet. And you remember, he's your little man, but he is growing up a little bit. So it's
Robert Frey has discovered he's heterosexual today.
he is named after Robert.
Ellie.
What a shame, we've lost another one.
Oh, he can be bisexual, I suppose.
He's not, openly leering or anything, but you can tell he's just kind of like pointedly trying not to look, right?
It's distracting.
That awkwardly pubescent way. So you've got them hanging out. Balin Swan and Robert Frey have come a little closer. Most of the rest of them I've already kind of named up that are here kind of early, the big ones. I've got a couple more that could show up pretty soon if none of these are jumping out at you.
Mystery night, mystery night.
It's gonna show up in a full helm.
Yeah.
Now, I will. I
Then we
want
can
to.
steal it and play keep away.
I'll chat with I'll wander over to the giggling girls.
Okay, so it's Mary Crane, Miranda Royce, and her brother Sir Parman.
Ladies.
They don't make a big show of composing themselves, right? Like none of them hide their laughter or any of that kind of normal, expected Westerosi stuff. These two just are a little too cheerful to worry about that at a party this late and with this much wine making the rounds. So yeah, they were clearly both just, heads thrown back, laughing and talking about something. But the smiles don't vanish when you arrive. It's not like, oh no, teacher's here type of,
I hope not. But, oh, and Sir Parman.
My lady.
Are you enjoying your stay in Weaver's Rest so far?
Was this mostly to Sir Parman or to all three?
All three.
Sir Parman just nods politely, And Miranda nods a little more exuberantly, and Mary is the first one to get her mouth open. She goes, "Oh, yes, it is dreadfully hot, but the wine helps with that, and the fountains are lovely, and the jousting has been just perhaps the most exciting I've ever seen.
You haven't seen quite so many ladies joust.
We have not, no."
Honestly, neither have I, but I've only been to 2 jousts now. The tourney at King's Landing and this one. So I don't have a lot of experience.
Uh,
I
at
stopped
that-
there.
At the words of not a lot of experience, you see Mary dig an elbow into Miranda's side but say nothing. And you see Miranda getting beat red and swatting her arm a little and that sort of thing.
Well, it was leading on purpose.
Harmon does not seem to pick up on it. He's not like clueless, he's just kind of not looking at Miranda Royce's, side where his sister was still.
He doesn't like to pay much attention to his sister at all. It's kind of the feeling I get. But,
I mean, he's the one woman in all of Westeros he knows he's not going to be wed to. So,
how do you find your odds, Sir Parman?
Well, I suppose it all comes down to what shield I choose to take a whack at. We haven't seen that drink water joust yet. Yes, perhaps him.
Did we? I don't even know if we invited him to this thing. But
I assumed you did. He's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah.
He also
like
isn't
him.
here just yet.
He's also a champion, so of course
right,
you're here to flaunt it still.
Sir Garrus. Well, again, I've only seen him. What is it? Riding Quintain? Is that what it is when you?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen him fight, like,
Oh,
But I
that's
saw him like
Or-
actually in
Yeah.
battle.
and you've seen him
Reading
fight
his men.
Quinte, but you haven't really seen him at a tourney before now.
So if that translates into the success he might have on the tourney field, you may be in trouble. He did very well, and he brought honor to us with his success that day.
He nods, politely, not like disagreeing with what you're saying. He goes, perhaps your brother then. I feel I've reasonable odds against either of those two, and it wouldn't be mishonorable of me to challenge them.
You feel it'd be mishonorable for you to challenge Lady Baela.
It would be most unusual, as I am sworn to protect and defend all women, just as it would be unusual for me to challenge the Lord of Storm's End as early in such a tourney as the morrow. Best a knight challenge other knights. And he says it in a way that isn't, like, for the record, he's not sneering when he says it. It doesn't, he just seems to be concerned with the social repercussions. It's not the way Red Run at Connington would have answered that question, right? Like,
Yeah.
like, even if it's the same words, they're not, he's very specifically not delivering them the same way.
Well, someone is going to have to try to unhorse my sister. Otherwise, I'm going to have to marry her off to Lady Iris. And that just won't do. I have plans, but Baela's not going to.
Break the world, Felicia! Break the world!
Here, Miranda gives Mary an elbow, and Mary turns red. I think maybe she shared the joke about the Lord and the chest belts. But those two are just carrying on and trying to keep straight faces under Parman's more traditional nose. But
And
he
to be
nods.
fair, sorry.
He nods. He goes, "Well, that gargling chap did try today, and perhaps later in the tourney. There's a bit of a tradition in this sort of champions format for,
The higher up.
well, not only that, but for the less appropriate challenges are more excused as the victor's declarations draw near. Uh, yes, traditionally, lords do the challenging on the first day as they have something of the first right. And then normally in the middle of the week, you'll see hedge knights and the like trying to catch someone's eye while there's still enough tourney left for them to then follow up and perhaps find a place to swear their sword. But it's the last day or two of this sort of joust where you tend to see anyone challenging anyone as they're trying to have that champion's ribbon at the end. So I'm sure there'll be more activity towards the end of the contest.
Well, the longer she stays at the champion, the worse that the ego's gonna get. So, and the larger the ego, the more her confidence and the more successful she is.
Yeah, we don't want that.
So,
He
I
looks
just
like
want
he's
to.
not quite sure how to respond to that. You know, like he doesn't want to appear rude, so you see him. He just kind of he responds with dot dot dot. That is the answer.
Well, to be fair, I am baiting him more than a little. So, um,
and he just kind of doesn't really know what to say.
okay. I just pat him on the arm.
Yeah, he goes,
I just give him a little pat on the arm. When it's time, you'll know.
we'll see. Perhaps tomorrow. Your Sir Adam Bridington rode well for a man of his years.
So Adam remains hale and hearty, even with all of his years. He is a valued asset here at Wyvern's Rest and a wonderful part of House Nymaryen.
You speak of time in a champion's chair. Well, certainly, Sir Adam has time in the saddle.
He does. He taught all of us how to ride. The only one of us who wasn't directly under his tutelage was, of course, Adam, because he was so young when
And
he
he still probably got a little, before he left. But
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how Adam feels like quite close to Sir Adam for like because he taught him how to ride.
And now that Adam is back, his name, the other Adam and he have grown quite close. But,
good.
but
Seems
Bridington
a good
is.
story.
I'm honored to have him as part of our house. And I'm pleased beyond words to have back all of our siblings in the same place for as long as it may last.
And here, he actually has a twist of a wry little smile. He goes, yes, it is, of course, a distinct pleasure to have one's siblings close at hand. Though perhaps the occasional break might help. And here it's his turn. And he's definitely, being pretty playful about it. And Mary and Miranda are giggling about something so much that Mary seems not to have heard him joking.
So now she's the one who's oblivious. When he's the one that's been oblivious most of the time.
Speaking of that sort of break, though. Uh, Miranda, or sorry, Meredith, out of character, he would not have gotten anything. Mary threatened to poison me if I came along on your ride later this week. So it would seem that my charming sister will have a break from her doting brother, it would seem. Though, will you be accompanied by knights during this ride?
If one chooses to come along, it will be mostly the ladies and myself and Bela. And I think Adam might come along. He and his
I'm
boat.
not against going.
Pardon? Oh yeah.
I'm not against going.
And honestly, with that many young women in one little pod away from everyone else, I'm almost positive that Sir Luke will come.
Fair.
He gives them a. I worry that perhaps some of this Vulture King's army may have scattered rather than been caught. All we hear about the Red Mountains back home are that it's full of brigands. A brother worries.
A brother worries, and I understand that. But a wise man doesn't insult someone in their home and assume that they can't protect their own lands.
It's not that House Nymaryen cannot protect House Nymaryen, it's just that, well, it's not like you're bringing your army, are you? It's just a group of women out riding alone is quite unusual. But I'm sure with your brother and your sister there, all will be well.
Of course. Excuse me. Walk away. I walk
You-
straight over to Bela.
You hear vicious laughter as you are leaving, as Mary is peeling out giggles and just going, well, it's a good thing you didn't get asked to write a bloody letter, isn't it? He's burning it right now, brother. And he's stammering out some kind of, but I didn't mean anything, you know.
Oh, poor guy. Just. Oh man. He tried his best but failed.
You know, I think when things settle down, I'm going to approach Meredith Crane, because I've not actually spoke to her myself yet.
Let's do the Reina Bela first, because it sounded like they had a
Yeah, no problem.
conversation brewing.
Just gonna walk right up to her. Pardon me. Kind of link my arm through hers. If she's got Balin on her arm, it's fine. I'll take the other one.
Not yet. You
Just drag
intercepted.
him along.
You
The
intercepted
Balins
me.
will, like, finally,
Okay.
both.
Yeah, I was on my way.
Just like I wanted.
But I'm like smiling. Like it would be a very poor taste for me to challenge a young man to a duel right now.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, good. Keep reminding me. Oh, shit.
What happened?
Parman Crane.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Worries about our safety in going out with the ladies without knights.
I'll be there, and I don't think we're gonna keep Luke away from going with us.
Exactly, but that's not the point. You and I are enough.
And
Can't-
Adam has a bow. He's gonna win.
Gaggle. And you and I are enough, and Adam makes us more than enough. And then I think people forget that I also know which end of a sword to stick people with.
I think they're so used to not allowing their women to fight that they think all women can't fight.
No duels, no challenges.
Kick his ass.
Not tonight. Perhaps tomorrow, though.
That's just the collective evil Nymaryen conscience. Kick his ass. Kill him.
Murdered him.
Stab him in the face. For glory.
The words of our ancestors echoing through the halls.
Yes. He has no honor. Because we're Klingons. So.
Yeah, I mean, we basically are Klingons. Let's just be honest about it.
All right then. Then no challenges. I walked away instead of doing it, but it was a close thing, sister.
Well, let's get some more wine, maybe some food, and we'll find someone else to talk with.
I agree. That's an excellent plan.
All right, and with that, we'll cut to Luke approaching the group of ladies. You see that Sir Parman Crane is still blushing furiously and trying to explain himself to the woman hive mind by repeating himself to Mary and Miranda, like they're going to explain it to Reyna for him, or eventually, like it'll trickle through the shared consciousness of womankind. But I don't mean anything bad by it. It's just, he's still trying to just kind of stammer out his explanation.
Luke will kind of get out of the pool and then slowly approach the group and extend a hand to Lady Meredith. My lady, I had not yet had a chance, but I do appreciate the letter you sent earlier. I wanted to let you know.
Sir, I'm glad. It was a pleasant surprise when my Lord Father heard from your grandfather that such a letter might be needed.
I was also surprised by it, but I found it very entertaining. So.
She gives like an exaggerated thank you curtsy, right? Like she's, kind of playing it up.
Luke will also give a very polite nod, even though he's basically wearing a swimsuit and dripping with water. Your brother seems quite flustered. I hope he's all right at the party.
I meant nothing by it. I just Mary cuts him off because he expressed concerns to your eldest sister that the frail, fragile, fainting, feminine womenfolk would not be safe on Nymaryen lands without you strapping burly knights along. It's like, I did not say any of that. It's not how I
It is a common misunderstanding by Northerners.
And when she said, sir, when she said that you and your other sister would be along, I expressed my certainty that that would be protection enough.
Luke will give a little chuckle.
To dare her to leave one of the twins in the keep to make it a challenge for some bandits? Dornish women, I do not understand them.
Dornish women are not to be understood, my friend, just to be accepted.
Appreciated and obeyed.
They are a act of the gods themselves. They are but whether we are to accept them and enjoy them when they are good, and not try to limit them in any other way.
I didn't limit any. When next you speak to your lady sister, sir, would you do me the honor of asking her not to stab me?
I will approach the question to the winds themselves. I would extend a hand to him, but kind of friendly, and give a chuckle and a smile.
Not to stab.
And he just looks you know, I don't want to say like he's downgrading from flustered to, you know, self-effacing about it. Like whatever, I tried. Right? He's in that stage of grieving. I'm just like,
He's got bad bargaining.
I did my best. Uh, so yeah, it's kind of rueful. Let's say he's rueful.
That's a good word. Rueful.
So remind me, do cranes swim at all? They enjoy the water, no?
Mary backpedals immediately from the other two, like gets to a safe distance. She goes, "They also fly, sir, and there is no need to test either."
I'm gonna laugh. I've also give Miranda a nod and thank her for coming, and then I'm going to kind of walk away to go grab a snack from the food we've arranged.
All right, everything is returned with good humor, and you are able to politely leave with no one offended or anything like
All right, challenge into a duel now. Go ahead.
that. Who's up next? Or do you guys want some NPC prompt?
I think Luke's in kind of just waiting to see what happens mode. So, if you guys want anything,
I can go over to the Balin Swan and other archers conversation.
Alrighty, you are able to do so, and they're pool adjacent because Sorella's like sitting right on the edge of the pool. So the sand snakes in the water aren't far, etc., etc. But yeah, you've got Balin Swan, Robert Frey, and Sorella Singh.
Good evening. You enjoying the party? I kind of say to the group.
Yeah, and Sir Balin gives you a polite, half bow. My lady? Yes, quite. The hospitality of Wyvern's Rest has been quite warm. And little Robert goes like, and so is the weather. We've been here forever, but it still feels hot. But yeah, no, it's been great. Me and Lady Alisade have been here for a while, but not with all these feasts and stuff. And he just seems kind of exuberant about it. And Sorella just nods the way a cat does because she's a sand snake. Like, yes, it has been satisfactory. Like, she's not openly snooty about it, but she's not gonna make a big deal.
She is not like gushing all over a person. She doesn't like, oh, this has been so nice.
How did you find the archery ranges today?
Sir Balin grins and he goes, well, I'd say that the three of us found them better than most. And he gives Robert a slap on the back, like, good job type of clap.
Aww.
And Sorella gives a little bit of a nod. Fine enough. The targets were a bit smaller than I'm used to. That was fun.
Yeah, I believe they're going to get quite small and far away if you all can compete like I've seen you compete before. It'll be quite the challenge by the end of it.
Your house archers are rather impressive. This is Sorella.
Oh, I have to give credit to Elia Sandstorm for that. She's been fantastic at teaching them. Learned from her myself, but it's not my strong suit.
Well, certainly need to. And this is Balin kind of, I don't want to say stammering because that's a little too nervous for him, but he is a Stormlander knight, and Elias Sandstorm's feeling towards Stormlanders are well known. So he's not quite stammering, but he goes, "Well, I'll trust someone else to pass along my compliments. I think they're difficult to exchange from outside bowshot, and I think it'd be best if I didn't try talking to her myself from inside bowshot. That whole affair is unfortunate."
I will let her know that her talents still strike fear into the hearts of Stormlanders.
He gives a grateful nod. That is the perfect way to phrase it.
Do you think you'll have what it takes to defeat my brother?
Little Robert gives a confident nod, because he's just going to be confident about anyone you ask him about. Sorella gives a nonchalant shrug, and she goes, "Who can know?" And Balin Swan looks thoughtful. He goes, "I think at longer ranges, I would have an advantage, but I think it would depend on which of his bows he showed up with." So Balin seems to be giving it like an honest, tactical, thought out response.
Okay.
But
I just remembered out of character that Adam isn't participating in it, so that was kind of a silly question that I had forgotten.
There's probably been rumors swirling about an exhibition match after the champion is named.
Okay.
And if not, there are now.
and if nothing else, I mean, like, how many things you can shoot during a hunt is kind of a thing, so there's that too.
I think that way where he's going to show off his bow skills.
Well, I suppose we shall see when it comes to the hunt or any potential exhibition after the event itself.
Little Robert bobs his head eagerly. You get the impression he has certainly heard about the hunt from Lady Alysanne, and as her squire, expects to go. Sorella Sand gives another little nod. He goes, "I've heard about the hunt. It's all some of these girls will talk about. I think they made the rounds twice, making sure to invite all of us. I feel like some of them just want to go home to the Reach bragging about having ridden with a sand snake somewhere. Still, I think it will be fun." And so Balin just goes, "I think I'll be sitting out the hunt. Word has also reached some of us through the same winding, flowery grapevine that certain parties are more interested in ladies enjoying the hunt and ride, and not many knights along. Same, of course, the Lady Mormont," he says, with a little smile that's not quite indulgent. Like, he honestly respects her. They fought together, but he's not quite going to call her a knight. Not quite. But yeah, it looks like Balin is planning on sitting that one out to not get the sharp tongues of the Reach women to lash his way.
He's a smart guy.
Sounds like they've been threatening everyone, saying the vibe you get. Like, no men type of thing has been given to most of the knights.
When are men going to get their chance in Westeros? When, I ask?
My hunt's gonna suck if it's just a load of girls.
And your brother.
Yeah, I'm afraid I might be more interested in the hunt part of the ride myself, but it's always, it's always good to get up on a horse and ride around for an afternoon.
Is the hunt the same event as the horse ride, or are they different events?
No, the hunt's just a casual social thing. It's not a competition.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't have any plans to be there. So
Any other competition is purely friendly.
Yeah, like, it's kind of a competition. It's just not a formal.
Yeah, it's like who can bag the biggest animal kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just some of the you get the impression that the non-Dornish girls are all really excited and almost scandalized by it. And they all want to be able to go home and brag about having gone for a ride through the Red Mountains with, sand snakes and other Dornish fighting women. And like, so they've definitely got something to be excited about at this tourney. And they normally kind of don't. But yeah, a lot of the gals have betrothal gossip and stuff to try to help out with a little bit. But they actually kind of have something at the turn, a competition of their own. So yeah, it's might not be official, but it's certainly going to be the high point, according to several of your guests. Is the impression?
Yeah, well, I'll make sure to put on a good show for them.
You gotta watch them. Some of these girls are excellent hawkers.
Well, good. I've not done that myself, so I'm eager to learn.
I mean,
And I
do we
killed
even
him.
have
He's so
hawks?
busy that day.
Sorry, I couldn't
Rusty?
hear either of those two. Sorry, what's up?
Do we even have like hawking here? Really?
Yeah, it's assumed that any noble house with your kind of wealth and stuff has access to it. It's one of the socially acceptable versions of hunting.
Right.
Just don't need to be like way into it because you lot have other martial outlets, and are allowed outside castle walls a little bit more than they are. It's kind of the only, competition that these highborn women are accepted to kind of indulge in. So it's a bigger deal to them. It's just part of how you sometimes go hunting to most of you.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not very good at hunting. I assume it's grouped under survival.
Is it skill or is it especially survival? I think it's especially in survival. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where does one get a hawk? Because I'm presuming that like Adam has owned hawks, but
This
probably
guy.
doesn't. Probably shut up. Probably doesn't currently have one, but like if he's going to go hawking, he probably wants to buy one that's impressive.
You guys would have been able to. Those of you that wanted to have hawks can have them. It's fine.
Cool.
I don't know enough about the training times required, yada yada yada. So we're not going to worry about it.
Yeah, buy a
So-
trained hawk. Period.
Yeah, I think you can just buy them trained, but yeah.
And you could have asked for some. It would have been possible to send letters to some people that, part of them writing down, they could have been bringing you some hawks.
Okay.
Or, whatever. So, because
That sounds good.
a lot of the, the exchanging of gifts and stuff among Highborn happens between other lords and knights. And you guys just had a bunch of them come to your house, so they could have been bringing some stuff that you flattered them by buying from their land, or
Right.
type of thing.
Yeah. Cool. That makes sense. Collect all the pets.
And like, I don't know that in the letter that I received from Willis that there was talk of hawking. So I think it's a big deal in Highgarden.
Hmm.
It is, but also particularly to the family members that he was sending your way.
Right.
And also to him, he's one of the, if not the most renowned hawk breeder in Westeros. It's horsehound and hawk. He's the Triple H of Westeros in a very not Triple H-ian way.
Right.
But yes, those three are his fields of expertise.
He also hates The Rock. Unrelated.
There is generally a feud between, the Reach and the Westerlands, so it's not an inaccurate.
That's not what I meant by The Rock, but that is funny as shit.
Right? Like, it still works as the thing.
That's good,
Like,
yeah, that's good. As you started, I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
See, turning back to the group that I'm with, so is anyone planning to joust this week? I kind of like glance
They,
first at
they
Balin.
both just kind of go and look at Balin. He goes, "Of course. A knight doesn't travel to a tourney just for the archery contest. I think perhaps I'll still wait a day or two, though. I'll let the rest of the pecking order settle itself. But if not tomorrow, the next day for certain."
Hmm. Have your eyes on that grand prize, I take it.
You'd be ashamed to leave Dorne without a pretty girl on your arm.
It sure would, wouldn't it?
Sorella, let's have her smirk at that, and just, some men just stay until they find one, by sampling as many as they can.
Isn't that one of the lyrics to that song?
Trying to think. I know it's the Dornishman's wife. I don't remember the lyrics enough the top of my head to know if they talk about other Dornish women, but probably. And yeah, you'll hear little Robert starts humming it kind of cheerfully.
You're too young to know this song.
Do you know?
Yeah, and then,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So which shield are you going to tilt after?
Well, that's going to depend on which ones are still up there in a few days' time. Towards the end of the tourney, it's not considered bad form to challenge your own liege lord, but if I were to be leaping at the chance to knock Renly from the saddle, people may talk. Yes, I suppose it just entirely depends on what shields are still there in a few days.
Let's say it's the current lineup.
Well, I've seen Valena Toland go to war. I'm not sure I want to be on the receiving end of her lance. Again,
I do.
fighting Lord Renly this early in the tourney would be a bit unseemly. Sir Garrus is a fine enough knight, and I've seen him at war also, so we could meet as peers and none would raise an eyebrow. Likewise with your brother, Sir Lucerys. Yes, I suppose I could almost have my pick of the field.
Almost.
Almost.
I'm given to understand, my lady, that there are certain negotiations underway between our lords that may make it unseemly for me to go beating you with sticks.
Trying to beat her with sticks.
No, it's sweet. You think you'll get hit.
You presume that it would be you coming out as the victor.
What knight doesn't presume as much, my lord? No one rides into a joust planning to lose.
That's right.
I have never done that myself, no. Perhaps you're just not willing to take on the lady who unhorsed and defeated on the ground two of King Robert's finest.
Let's be frank, my lady. King Robert's finest may not be King Eritz's finest.
He is coming very dangerously close to insulting my sister right now.
And
Going, yeah, they weren't that good.
It's not wrong though. Big gap between the worst and the best in Kingsguard.
Yeah,
Definitely.
my
He's not
use of
wrong.
my use of the
Don't
word
have to-
finest was a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
That's the reason why I thought Jamie Lannister was in a finest. I was like, oh.
you were also very specific with King Robert's finest, and he knows.
It's also not a. That's a telling bit of phrase he used. So
Yeah, what did he say? Maybe I misunderstood.
Said, perhaps he said King Robert's finest aren't quite what King Aerys's finest were. So just like this generation of the Kingsguard isn't quite as badass as the last, except for Sir Barristan, who's the link there, you know. But yeah, it is certainly rumored, at least, that, for instance, the likes of Boros Blunt have been political nominations to the Supreme Court instead of deserving their position.
Mhm.
Right? That type of thing.
Yes.
But yeah, it is pretty ballsy of him to say it. And probably if he was anywhere but in Dorne and lubricated with wine and talking to anyone but you, he wouldn't be this rude.
Right.
Okay. Perhaps that's true, and yet, I still have that achievement in my, not crown, but in my,
Feathers in your cap.
yeah, that feather in my cap.
Also, it's 2 more Kingsguard than he's beaten.
I mean,
Sorry, I shouldn't be backseat driving.
at that,
you're wandering around. To be fair.
Lounging decorously nearby, probably.
Lounging
If
decorous.
sunglasses existed in
Well, I
Westeros,
just want to say, if Adam's like 2 more of you beat, his bitch factor would definitely be up there.
Yes.
but Sir Balin gives you a little toast with his drink. You have. But still, let's just say it will depend on what shields are there when the time comes.
He really doesn't want to have to vote. And it probably does pain him a little to think about it, so that's actually, I guess, in his favor.
Well, a lot can happen in 2 nights. We shall see who the competitors are then.
And Sorella gives an airy little gesture towards the half-dressed party-goers. We'll see how well rested they are after a lot happens in those 2 nights.
Indeed.
There's no ulterior motive to these parties. I don't know what you're talking about.
Perish the thought.
You know, now I can't help but think of the episode DS9 where the Klingons had a big party just to see who would still be awake in the next day.
Yo.
You called it. For
It's
Klingons.
not a bad strategy, actually.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I think we can just have like pleasantries for a while, and we can move to your random acts of entrances.
Oh, right. I had a second wave of guests that I was like, because I didn't want you guys to have complete decision paralysis. So I'm like, I'll give them like half up front, and then half will arrive next, and that'll kind of, wanted to give everybody chances to, So,
I like that.
not long afterwards, you guys hear it's still a high-pitched voice of someone young, but it's pretty loud, and you can certainly picture that voice cutting through a battlefield. And then you realize you've heard it cutting through a battlefield, and you hear Ned Dane shouting, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" and hustling people from one side to the other, and people are only just barely able to get clear so that no one is trampled as an assortment of burly knights arrive carrying firstly Lord Beric Dondarrion on their shoulders, but lastly his cape, which has been taken from him
Oh no.
waved like a banner, one of his evening capelets. Um, Red Ronnet Connington has it on the end of a tourney lance that he's carrying like it's a flag. Uh, and everyone's just barely able to get out of the way as these like three knights carrying a fourth come barreling up right to the edge of the pool and heave Beric Dondarrion into the water. And as he comes sputtering up to the surface, you see Renly Baratheon, his liege lord, who's probably one of two people in Westeros that could pull this off without it being insulting. The other's King Robert, right? Like there's kind of only two people that can have the Lord of Blackhaven be manhandled this way and it still be good-natured fun. So it's Renly Baratheon, who looks like he may have been doing a good share of the lifting, alongside Lyle Crakehall, the strong boar, who was probably the only other knight here that's about Renly's size and strength, except for Oris, who's already different. He's not part of this in-group, right? But yeah, so it was Renly and the strong boar doing most of the lifting. Garrus Drinkwater, who poses the most dramatically and that kind of job well done thing as Beric laughs and sputters and surfaces. It's Garrus that strikes a pose on the edge of the fountain, kind of Captain Morganing it with one foot up and leaning over his knee, and he goes, "There we are, Beric. Let's see if perhaps that will wash the stench of the shame away." And they are all just laughing and laughing the way sober people don't. And you absolutely have the impression that they have been giving him shit all day for this. And you also all know, though, that he's one of the few of them that would take it in good grace. So he's one of the few that they could do this to without swords being drawn. Because he would have been one of the first to do it to somebody else. Lord Beric has his reputation for, a little bit of dashing roguishness, but good humor. So yeah, he emerges from the fountain unharmed and mock furious, more than furious.
Friends, welcome to the party. Welcome to the pools.
And then in their wake, sorry, I just to remind, in their wake was Red Ronnet Connington and Loras Tyrell, who's just not the getting rowdy with the fellas type. So he was kind of traveling behind them, with Red Ronnet, and he's still laughing and stuff. He's just not gonna pick people up and dunk them for fun. So yes, that is your second wave. You got Renly Baratheon, Beric Dondarrion, Edric Dane, Loras Tyrell, Lyle Crakehall, Garrus Drinkwater, and Red Ronnet Connington.
I'm going to approach and just kind of greet them all, just briefly, just let them know that they are welcome, and we seem to be having fun already, so...
Renly tends to do the talking for this group, because he's head and shoulders the highest ranked of them. And also among the most charismatic, certainly. He claps you on the shoulder as though you guys didn't just meet like yesterday, right? Like Renly's real good at that. And
well, I imagine I probably know Renly from being in the capital, although maybe not closely.
True. And you you get the feeling he would have greeted one of your sisters the same way, right? Just Renly's the type of dude that acts like you've both known each other a long time. Right, he's just an affable, likable fellow. But yeah, you in particular, like out of everybody, probably have did know Renly the most. But yeah, so you get a clap on the shoulder, and he goes, "Oh, perfect!" And he holds his hand out for your wine. He goes, "We seem to have spilled ours. Dondarrion fought back harder than he did this afternoon.
He did get unhorsed, didn't he? I'll hand him my wine skin, but it's like half empty.
Yeah, and he takes a Baratheon-sized pull from it. Well, I guess a 2/3 of Baratheon, because Stannis isn't, but you're right. Yeah, he takes a good long drink, and then cheerfully hands it to the next man in line. And Gareth,
Indeed, there was some unusual but good matches today.
Gareth helps haul Beric out, and Crick Hall takes a big drink and then makes sure that the wineskin goes to Beric next. And all good humor. They're all laughing and having a good time about it. Nobody's mad. Yeah, Loras will nod when you talk about today's odd joust. He goes, "Indeed, I was told to expect the unexpected in Dorne, and yet it was still the unexpected."
Sir Loras, will you be challenging anybody? Your reputation precedes you. It would be an honor to go against you.
"Oh, I suppose it would be rude of me to attend a tourney and not," he says, like someone that is absolutely going to be challenging people and was playing literally his entire adult life. But yeah, he looks like he, has to be convinced, but then he cracks a grin and he's absolutely planning to. He goes, "If not on the morrow, perhaps the next day. We'll have to see who's there for me to challenge."
I give a laugh and just kind of nod.
Out of character. No, Red Ronet's not like that big an asshole. He's not gonna like open up with anything shitty. And the rest of them are all, pretty okay and in good moods that none of them are gonna open with much shittiness. So instead, let's have Beric. He passes the sloshingly near empty wineskin to Garrus, with kind of a thump, like punching him in the sternum by way of handing it to him, and Garrus laughs and takes a step back. And he goes, "I'm telling you, lads, someday we'll just have to change the family name." And he makes a big show of finishing the wineskin, like drinking it and then holding it up a little, and so the last drips fall and everybody can see that he's topped it off, and so yeah, looks like the good-natured party boys have arrived.
So drink wine, is that the goal? Not drink water?
Perhaps goal is too strong a word, but a knight is supposed to be honest.
Well, I would hope for nothing other than honesty tonight. You're all welcome, my friends. Have fun, please.
They do so. And you see the strongboar out of the lot of them he's loud and boisterous, but you get the feeling he's a little bit less loud and boisterous than he might normally be. Perhaps he's acutely aware of being a Westerlander here with this lot. But he still seems to be, fitting in pretty well.
Yeah.
Just get the feeling he's at like 80%, right? Like instead of completely letting loose. You can see he's scanning the crowd with a crow's eyes, clear squint. He goes, "Speaking of challenges, where's your bastard?" He asks you. The big one.
Boris, you mean?
Yes, from King's Landing.
I believe he is invited. I do not know where he's at the moment. Adam! Well, yell across the bowl.
Yeah, what?
When was the last time you saw Oris? He should be here, no?
No, who knows the whims of Oris?
Oris has weird. I pipe up.
I apologize, my sirs. Apparently, Oris is actually rather mysterious, and his location is unknowable.
Oh,
Oris
no,
is serious?
I know it. Elia emerges as though from your shadow, with her arms crossed across her chest
Elia.
and head tilted triumphantly. I know where he is. I sent him off to fetch a few more if he can.
You more what?
Bastards.
He's off collecting bastards, and
He's off collecting bastards.
as one does.
I mean, I spoke to him a couple of hours ago, and he said that he would be along at some point.
See, now that kind of fakery, I absolutely believe came out of Oris's mouth.
It's
So,
almost like truth.
My goal of the next like few 15 20 minutes in character is to look for Valeda Tolan and talk to her. So like Luke's gonna be like politely like in conversations and kind of moving in that direction as casually as possible.
All right. Anyone want to cut in or particularly interact with this second wave before we do that? Because like he got a chance, and I'm trying to do, round
Oh
round
yeah.
shots.
Like just more like when we get back, this is what I want to do.
I do want to talk to, not talk to Barry, but like interact with him, like just like everybody else is, just like in a teasing way. Offer him a bath sheet. I don't know what they call them. I don't know if they have towels.
Yeah, those are kind of a weird invention. I guess they're probably something like that. Like I don't know if they would call them towels because I don't know the history of the word.
Well, I mean, like they wouldn't be like the same as what we would.
Right?
Like they do, like people did like dry off with sheets of cloth, but they weren't.
I don't know what it. I don't off the top of my head. I don't know. Is it cotton? Like or
17th
I don't
century
know
is
what
when
it would
the
be.
modern towel was invented.
Yeah, like but they'd be like a smooth cotton rather than like
Yeah,
fluffy.
like, just like God. Like I hope it wouldn't be like wool. Like no.
No.
That would be
Just
up
like
north.
linen.
Yeah, I mean, so there's
Yeah.
something. Yes, such a thing exists, and you can smugly arrive near him with one, or you can ask Robert to run and get one, or Edric, or whomever, whichever way you'd like to twist the knife. So which is it?
Edric.
What are you doing to him?
And Edric will cheerfully go along with it, with a sharp little grin. He's been enjoying being included in this. Is the vibe you get from him? Because Lord Barrick is having fun with it, he doesn't mind picking on Lord Barrick, and you can tell that Edric has enjoyed being a part of the group. So he goes, oh yeah, and he gets off to fetch one very quickly and obediently, and makes his way back with it to grandiosely bow. At Our Lady Hostess's request, my lord, she asks you not to drip on anything, and then he gives you a big wink as he hands the towel over to Lord Barrick.
That's surprisingly saucy banter for him.
It is.
You get the
You
feeling.
mustn't get her ladyship too much. Sorry.
You get the feeling that this particular group of knights and lords were probably also insisting that young Ned drink a little more.
Yeah.
You get the feeling it started with, well, you've seen the battlefield now, lad, right? Type of stuff, and suddenly all these knights and lords are, So, but yeah, and Barrick gives a wry grin, and he goes, "Thank you, Squire. Kindly pass on the formal gratitude of House Dondarrion to the Blood Royal, And also make a note to remind me to flog you later. And he starts crying.
Are you okay?
Aw. It makes me cry. Oh, my eyes have been watering for days, and it looks like I'm crying, and it makes me feel weepy.
I'm not crying, it's just raining in my eyes.
This is
Because I'm
raining in my
sick.
eye. But no, I mean, I just
I'm only crying
mostly
because it's
laughing.
sad and emotional. It's fine.
It makes me sad because. But Raina isn't being sad. She's being fun and laughing. So we're having fun.
Does Reyna respond to their banter at all? Like it's your turn, kind of. It's
Well, I would hate for your dignity to receive any damage here while you visit our home. I don't.
and Edric starts with, "My lord, the Lady Heir of House Nymaryen says that she." Yes, thank you, Ned.
And here I thought she wasn't going to stab anybody.
And he shoves the wet towel into Ned's face to shush him, and he goes, "Yes, we wouldn't want my dignity to be hurt. Your sister beats me up in front of all of my friends."
To be fair, my lord, your friends are a scruffy lot.
Luckily, most of us aren't squires and pages anymore, so no one has spoken ill of me over it, or teased me as though children might. Here,
You're gonna let him away with that?
I believe that plays into my statement. They remain a rather scruffy lot.
Call them nerf herders.
Luckily, we find them very entertaining and appealing.
Way, lads.
So you're always welcome here.
all of them, or just some of us?
We'll take it on a case-by-case basis, and I'll let you know.
The armies of House Blackhaven stand ready to aid you in your defense of the Stoneway if anyone less than fun should attempt to arrive by force of arms.
So Stannis.
I think you might have thought that's exactly what I think of. And I just start laughing. But
We never get to see Stannis' fun side because we never invite him to the fun stuff.
I think we did
he
see
doesn't
his
have a
fun
fun.
side.
Oh.
I just think it was fun.
He had sex at least once and maybe enjoyed it.
Oh god. I don't believe that for a second. Or at the very least, like, I had fun once, it was terrible.
All we know is his wife had sex with. We don't know he did.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
oh man.
Oh. No.
Let's not go there.
I'm taking it too far. I apologize.
What is it? Okay. I don't know, it just was like, oh man, that's like...
Stannis was
Yeah.
just like, no, that looks too much like dancing.
There's literally like a Yiddish joke about that.
So Bela, have you arrived with any of the second wave knights and lords yet?
Yeah, I would have. Well, I intended to try to also poke fun at Barrick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Try to get in with the rest of them. I would have tried to say something along the lines of, "It's all right, Barrick. Tell him you slipped out of the saddle."
Indeed, my horse tripped on something. You all saw it.
Yeah, I think it was my lance.
Oh, wounded more grievously than this afternoon, and after we went to war together. Lady.
Vicious.
Deceitful Dornish. At it again.
Just living up to the songs.
Like, ooh, this has gotten interesting.
I'm like, would you like something to eat?
We have some Dornish purses.
Have you any crow?
Torture.
Have you any crow?
Aha!
Oh.
I'm afraid you're already eating all of that, my lord.
Good. Kindly tell my associates to stop trying to force yet more down my gullet, man. I can't wait until tomorrow when more of them can lose to your sister.
Right?
Neither can I. My only regret is that I can't challenge anyone myself.
Yeah. She's been rather bored in the champions tent.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it that way, but certainly more thrilling down on the jousting ring. The grounds.
Well, with 2 of the 5 champions being women, and one being the Lord of Storm's End and Master of Laws, it would seem that your brother and Sir Garrus drink whatever, likely get a bit of a workout on the morrow. I don't think many of the men will be eager to challenge their liege lord or a woman. So be ready for at least a few of those champions ribbons to change hands.
Maybe a non-Stormlander could challenge the Lord. Grin at Renly.
He will grin back. Perhaps, but who but a Stormlander would be brave enough? He says
I
with
set him up for
very
that.
good-natured, not actually meaning it the way some of them would,
Very nice. These are all very likable people. We chose well. Let's take over the whole kingdom now.
I tried to make it like mostly cool ones that showed up. Partially
who would want
because it's also a self-correcting thing. Like Stannis's party boys would probably be here if they knew about it, but I knew that none of you would invite them in particular, and probably nobody's going. They're not terribly well liked, but by this lot. So I put some thought into who showed up and who didn't. But
I mean, like,
mostly like ones you guys like, that are here. So.
I mean, if it would have been insulting to not invite him, Adam would have made sure that he was invited. But if it's not an insult to leave him out, then it's fine.
Yeah, it's not like you're not inviting them to like the opening feast, right? It's not like a formal part of the
Feast day,
feast
no Stannises.
that they're not allowed at, like get out of here, Gaston, But yeah, it's
a gathering of people who have.
Oh, that's the word. You okay?
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, do what y'all are doing.
All right. Can you mute?
I'm doing it right now.
All right. I asked her to mute not because my wife is irritating when she's on the phone, but because federal law.
Yeah, should we talk like
HIPAA.
private?
Sometimes
Yeah.
has to talk about patients and stuff. So
Yeah, with their medical company, I understand.
But yeah, like you guys have a generally pretty good bunch that you have gathered around you, so yeah, at least you guys have pretty cool ones tonight, and Ellie.
Has she turned up?
I meant cousin Ellie. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
I feel like Aunt Elia has found plenty of water of her own.
Yeah, she's found her own tall drink of water somewhere else.
That's fine. More power to her.
I still don't like it.
Doesn't
Well,
bother
I mean,
me.
he's clearly a fuckboy, so she can do better.
Oh yeah. No doubt there.
Or maybe he's more of a dirtbag because he doesn't really seem to pretend he's not like total trash. Like a fuckboy would pretend that he's not a fuckboy.
So since Felicia had to step away, we'll say that that little knot is, I think, mostly going to be Bela and Luke right now that are interacting. I think just depending on exactly where Adam is reclining, he may or may not be real close to that second wave of knights.
Well, I mean, I'm largely waiting for particular opportunities. Both of them kind of require a single person to not be like right in the thick of a group. Like, I want to talk to Sorella, but not if she's around Elia, because I just can't be arsed dealing with Elia listening to a private conversation. And I would like to talk to Balin, but like not if he's like immediately the center of attention, because it's also a bit of a side word, you know.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, you talk to me about it out of character. You're gonna have your chance to steal Balin from Bela. It's fine.
Sure.
I'll give you that opportunity.
I think I'm just also out of character conscious that I kind of dominated the first half of the session, so I'm not wanting to tread on toes, you know.
Yeah, it's okay.
Didn't bother me. It was good stuff that happened.
Yeah. So,
Bela, will you please stop putting our guest on their backs? There seems to be an issue with them.
So they should try a little harder to not end up on their back.
Yeah, they should
Or
be losers,
do, if that's their preference.
I mean, I don't have any complaints. They seem to take it personally.
yeah, and you see Barrick squints deep in not quite sober thought for a moment and thinks about a joke he could make and then thinks better of it with
Wise.
alacrity, considering the amount of wine that is probably in him right now. So he just lets it go. He lets that pass him over. Sorella, we can actually go ahead and do that because Elia is now a jackal circling Barrick because it's somebody else that lost today and that had less reason to lose than her. So she's gonna hang out and mess with that. So you can get Sorella. I won't say alone, but
Yeah, no, I don't mean like literally alone.
without problem. So we want to do that.
Sure. Yeah, so where is she just kind of milling about as well?
Yeah, she gets up to go refill her wine, let's say. So you intercept her, and where would you like to take her?
Oh, I guess I'd just sit by the pool, like not in it, but like certainly perhaps dangling feet in.
Sure.
That's probably where Adam has been, just kind of lightly paddling and like sat with a jug and a glass and just pouring one into the other.
Yeah.
And thinking of all the cutting comments that he would make and could make if he wasn't anxious.
like if I wanted.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, you two can sit down on like the other end of the fountain, type of thing. So it's not far from the party, but you're away from the noise and stuff.
So you shot very well today. I was impressed.
Thank you, cousin. Praise of Adam the Archer is high praise indeed.
Well, I'm not competing myself, so I have to enjoy it vicariously.
Everyone seems eager to see you test yourself against the champion, so don't relax that bow arm just yet.
Well, I don't intend to. They're certainly going to be hunting, so I'll get some practice in.
I think I've been invited to the ladies' hunt 3 times now, each by a different little reach girl relaying a message. They are shamefully excited about it. The way the Northerners treat their women. She just kind of shakes her head and sighs.
Well, if you'd rather ride in the front and shoot things with me, then you're welcome to. I don't see you as the sort who would want to hang around in the back with the gaggle.
I don't plan on gossiping much while we ride, no. But we'll see how things go.
Well, I suppose you you value knowledge as well, and well, you can learn a lot just by listening to people.
She lifts an eyebrow as though that has never occurred to her, but can't keep a teasing grin off her face.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you don't need to be told that. What's your future plans for what's your next adventure? Will you be going back to King's Landing?
I'm not sure. Perhaps back to Old Town instead. And she can hear, for this, she's dropped the volume a bit. Just, we'll see. Or perhaps a ride with my mother. It's interesting to see new places and cross the narrow sea.
Yeah,
Or perhaps, and she gives you a bit of a grin, I hear there might be a wedding I'll need to attend. And
well,
she gives you a pointed look. Pointed and perhaps also barbed.
yes. Well, a lot of conversations about us have been going on without our involvement, haven't they? Though your father was kind enough to ask you first.
It seemed a funny enough jape that I did not mind him volunteering.
Also, so he's. I'm a jeep, am I?
Marrying my cousin would be a jape. Being the first sand snake to be wed would be a fine jape. But
Well, it could be amusing to see Elia not win at something for a change.
a third fine reason.
Yes, well, we got onto that a lot quicker than I was expecting. And then just like buys himself a moment by taking a big drink. Well, it's all been quite sudden, though I'm heartened that you seem to think as highly of me as I do of you. And I certainly enjoy your company and like you as a person. I'm just well.
If this is a proposal, cousin, you're bad at it.
Well,
I enjoy your company and like you as a person. I wonder why none of the Nymaryens are married yet.
well, that's because it's not a proposal. I'm rather trying to say that I don't want you to consider it a personal insult if I say that I'm hoping to not have to get married at all. At least not for a long time.
None taken.
That's good to know. I was somewhat worried about being drowned.
My heart is not set on you, cousin. Father and I simply thought it a way to get you out of your obligation, excusing it with the reputation of another sand snake doing as we will. We're good for the family.
I understand, and I do appreciate it. I do not think you would enjoy being married to me, though.
We could find some strapping lad to share.
That's possibly the kindest offer anyone's ever made me.
And she says it with an absolute, just like wicked, sharp grin, you know.
I mean, if you happen to have one on hand, could you introduce us? You know, the one I was set on has turned out to be a bit of a dud.
Uh, the large one?
Oh, since you've been so candid with me, yes. Though I'm being unkind by referring to him, so it's more an imbalance of interest.
Father mentioned him to me when discussing our romantic schemes. He seems a good sort, but the heart goes where the heart goes.
Yes, unfortunately, when it's stuck in a dead end, it's a little hard to get it turned around again.
She gives a shrug of.
Well, I mean, perhaps I'm talking about entanglements that you don't bother yourself with.
I have yet to be so inflicted, I'm afraid. The obligations of the Highborn have passed most of us over. And by us, you know she means Saint Snakes.
Hmm. It, I apologize, Trella. It's a bit of a a mess, and I'm not used to talking openly about it. Actually, your father's probably the sort of only person I've really spoken frankly on the matter about.
The Red Viper is the fiercest of enemies to those who wrong him, but the warmest of protectors to his blood. You could do worse than talking to Father, or most of my sisters about such matters.
No.
Yes, most. But although I suppose I've only met two of your sisters so far.
Yeah, out of character, you've probably met the least just because you're the youngest.
Yeah.
Like the twins remember a couple of the Sand Snakes.
Yeah.
Luke probably knows a few of the, but yeah, you.
Yeah, I've not seen enough of them to remember anything else.
Yeah.
There's only three that I've seen recently.
Yeah. I just had to stop and take inventory. I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. And yes, that's mixed success there.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help, you have likely but ask. In Elia's case, you might need to ask and endure. But then she returned.
I appreciate that, Sorella. I'm glad that that we are not only family but friends.
She gives a matter-of-fact nod of agreement.
So, you are a very observant person. Do you have any thoughts on who the Mystery Knight might be?
She wrinkles her nose and shrugs. I think about things that interest me. Burly northerners and their swords. I leave them to some of my sisters.
Fair enough. I'm very curious about it. Well, I think it's just largely I don't like not knowing a thing.
She gives another nod of agreement there. That sort of curiosity I can understand, but there are just other things I am more concerned with.
Of course.
I don't.
Like what?
I wouldn't mind a look through your library before I leave, cousin.
Oh,
You have a few books in there that I haven't read yet.
that's an excellent request that I would be very glad to grant. I've just had an influx of exciting and interesting books. I would be delighted to show you my solar, which now houses my bigger library. Just having a little section of my rooms was fine, but now I have something much more stately looking.
Well, you are a man now, not a boy. I hear it
You can have a
happened
shot.
just the other day.
You can have a try at my Mirish lenses as well.
She politely nods. She does not seem at all excited by that. Remember, her mother is a ship's captain, so it's maybe not as big a deal to her. But yeah,
Right.
she's not like whatever nerd. She's just like, oh, yes, of course. You know, it's
Well,
obvious that she's genuinely interested.
well, I would be delighted to let you peruse the library at whenever.
Tomorrow after breakfast, then.
That would be delightful. Right. So I've my jug is almost empty and must be refilled, and I notice someone that I have been meaning to ask a question. I'm going to go and deal with those things. Can I fetch you a drink?
I'll fetch my own. You go ask her questions and learn the things you want to know.
Very well, Sorella. I'll speak to you later.
She gives a farewell wave and contents herself to stay at the edge of the fountain and just kind of kick her feet in.
Yeah, the next stop is to borrow Bale and Swan for a moment.
Balin looks to have been kind of pulled into the circle of boisterous knights. It looks like he might be the most sober one there. Like, it's either him or Renly or Loris. Most of the rest of them are just relaxing a lot more, or may just be less able to hold a drink. But yeah, he's kind of been pulled into that group, but that's also a really big group now. Because
Yeah.
you also noticed that Velena Toland and Alysain Mormont have been like, ooh, war stuff. Like, we fought with some of these. So, like,
Yeah.
they've kind of drifted that way. So it's a lot more of, like, one big group now. So it's easy to pick Balin from, like, the edge of it. He's
Okay.
not directly talking to anyone, but you notice that after just a couple minutes with this second wave, people have started to mingle more, and it's more like little groups that are all interconnected instead of a click here and a click over there, and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So yeah, you can Sir Balin's just on the edge of some of that, listening to someone's conversation about Anders' folly.
Sir Bale, a moment, please, if you will.
Lord Adam, of course.
I've had an idea. Now, you know Bale a little better than many people, so you'll know that she has a great deal of respect for those who can show their martial prowess, and you have already demonstrated such. However, it is my understanding that Sir Garth Hightower intends to challenge her as a means to impressing her. I thought I ought to let you know about his intentions so that you may thwart him. Because I would hate for such a fine match as yourself and my sister to be... Well, I wouldn't give it so much credit as to say it would threaten it, but I would like to very much see that you come out as the decisive victor in that.
Your preference does me honor, young lord, but I think your sister is more than capable of thwarting the Greysteel herself. And I think she may be rather cross if she heard that others thought to do her thwarting for her.
Oh no, I'm sure she will knock him flat on his arse without any problems, but just in case, and if by some terrible fluke of the gods she did not triumph, or if he failed to rise to the intended challenge, there are worse ways to look impressive in front of her. Just a friendly thought.
Out of character. Almost any other character here that would be this drunk and relaxed would be like, listen, kid, I already impressed your sister, okay? Like, I impressed her a bunch. Like, most, right? Like, they would just go, like, I as a person, want to go right there with the joke. But, like, Sir Balin's just not going to, he's just not that type of guy.
I mean, I appreciate that because
I
I'm already feeling like I'm failing every social interaction that I'm having. So
was
thanks.
to say, like, I was fighting the urge to go for that answer. I'm like, don't you worry, I impressed her. I impressed her 4 times last night. You know, I'm trying to go like that frat boy crude with it, but that's where
Right, okay. I guess I'm meaning more the angle of like how it looks to everyone else, including my grandfather. You
yeah.
know,
So
I'm
his
fucking
answer,
crying, man.
no, his answer, he gives you a um again, it's like an earnest nod of again, your preference for me does me honor, my lord, and I will take your advice into consideration and see what thwarting may need to happen.
I just have thought,
Great
right, well, because
program.
it's not just while you have won her over quite thoroughly. I think it would look good in the eyes of our grandfather.
If the Grey Steel finds himself in a champion seat, I will take it from him.
I know you will. That that was all. Rather, I won't keep you.
Let's hope your sister does. Eh? And he gives you a grateful nod and offers you a toast.
It would give me no greater honor than to call you my good brother.
He gives a serious thank you
Good.
nod.
You're good, brother. Like you have a bad brother.
No, that's what brother-in-law is not
Brother-in-law.
a phrase that really exists. So good brother's the equivalent unit.
Also would be a better brother than you, though. Let's be honest.
Well, probably.
I see what you mean.
As long as we're on the same page.
So yeah, he looks. His stoic ass self won't let him, but he looked pretty touched by her, like, you know, kid brother. I don't want to say casting his vote, because Bela's marriage bed is not a democracy, but you know what I mean. He seems very glad to hear that it, certainly at least one of her siblings much prefers him to some of the competition.
It could be an oligarchy. It's a handful of votes.
No.
I have a final and smallest wave to toss in, and I'm going to do it as you are leaving your conversation with Sir Balin. And everyone hears a roar of, "Ah, there he is!" And it is the strong boar, who looms about a head taller than most of the party, at least. And he is, it's like a mock stern with, "You've been dodging me long enough, Aurochs. Come on, put down the sack of potatoes and let's get to it." And he's like rolling up a sleeve.
What the hell?
You can see that Red Ron at Connington and Sir Garrus have pulled up a table, and like you look over and like one of the food tables is now like heaped with food. Like you get the feeling they just kind of shoved all this onto that table. So like they're bringing over a table. Renly has a chair and Loris has a chair, and Oris is just there like what? You see
Get him, Horace.
the sack of potatoes that the strong boar is talking about is not Sir, is Orain Waters over Oris's shoulder, being carried like a passed out squire.
What?
But also walking with Oris is Roland Storm. And he gives Oris a little nudge, like, see, I told ya. And Roland Storm is a pretty burly guy himself. He is also a bastard, of course, but he's a little more accepted by this lot of knights and such. But Oris just kind of stops, like, "Ah, bloody hell. All right, someone take this mess. Tell Elia I brought every bastard I could find. Now I found this one.
Boris, did you kidnap my uncle?
And he just puts him down, and you see that Orain Waters is passed out, just drunk as a skunk, does not react to being put down at all. Like he is out. It looks like Oris might have some practice dealing with people this drunk, because he doesn't like suplex him, or anything like that. He puts him down pretty, carefully.
Yeah, I want to make sure he gets put somewhere semi-comfortably. Not that comfortable. Semi-comfortable.
Not that comfortable, but
He is family.
And yeah, and then pretty quickly it becomes clear to all and sundry that sides must be chosen as the strong boar settles down onto the table and then holds up an arm to arm wrestle.
oh,
Well then.
And Oris still looks surprised by all of this, but Roland Storm eggs him on a little, and you can see that Oris cheers up a bit when literally anybody stands on the other side of the table from the strong boar. But you see Sir Garrus Drinkwater and Lord Beric Dondarrion have clearly set aside their budding feud, such as it is. Yeah. But and they both stand over on what has become the Oris side of the table.
oh,
And you see Alysain Mormont and Belena Toland also over there. Maya Stone, who is physically dragging Miranda Royce with her. But Mary gets hooked by the elbow, like walking arm in arm, to the Strongboar's side, because you can see that Parman Crane is kind of going next to Loris, because that's his liege lord's son. So Loris is kind of waiting to see which way Renly is going, it looks like. So that's like the quick initial dart of people. But you notice a lot of people also going over to the Strongboar side, because he's a pretty famous Westerland knight. So you've got your Red Ronnets, a couple of the other guests. And Roland Storm even, he wishes Oris luck, and then goes over to the Strongboar's side. I think they might know each other from attorney or something. But yeah, so the crowd starts to
Well,
all
go
right.
ahead.
I will obviously I'm on Oris's side, but I will maintain my neutrality. And I'm like, I walk up to the table, put my drink down on it. If there's going to be a contest, there must be rules. Look at them.
Boring.
The lawgiver is here.
All right, Mum.
Renly Baratheon, the master of laws, lifts his voice, goes, I've heard they're dreadfully important.
I'm gonna do that like so hand thing.
And you
I'll
guys
not
notice,
have a clean competition descend into a brawl at a party in my house.
you notice that your party is now being crashed Perhaps some people heard about the challenge.
Oh,
Perhaps
Lord.
people were just like, where's that bastard going with that other bastard? Like, is he about to go drown the bastard of Driftmark in a pool or something? We should make sure things are all right, you know. So, but you notice that leading this pack of invaders are the Brax brothers, who
Oh,
are
Lord.
neighbors of
Rough with me here.
um, but then, in short order, Godfrey Faring and Justin Massey, Stannis's Dude Bros, have arrived. Albar Royce, the kind of stocky badger. I picture him as just kind of badger. There's something about being like stocky and having just the side whiskers that just makes me like picture like a badger for some reason. I don't know, like that's in my head for him. But Alvar Royce and Roland Wainwood, so just an assortment of knights seem to just be following, like they're not sure what's going on, but somebody else is walking this way, right? And let's go see. Who knows? It's Dornish folk. Is it an orgy? Right? Like just whatever. Let's go. So
Well, it's not now.
like not yet. I mean,
Yeah,
but yeah. So
isn't it?
so pretty quickly, people start to file in, and most of them are going to the Strongboar's side.
All right, I'm gonna grab a wineskin and go 7 hells. Loris hasn't lost me any coin yet. I'll go to his side.
Right. I don't know what's typical for these types of competitions, but best
I
of
mean-
5 seems fair to me.
Best of 5. We're gonna go that many. Make it 7. The holy number. Or do 3.
Right.
For brevity.
Look, are you just arguing with me to argue?
A little bit.
Well, stop it!
The Strongboard growls out, "Aye, if the lad's arm and the table can take it."
All right then. Best of 5.
All right.
I'll be the judge because I'm in charge. I've had enough wine to say that out loud.
Renly just gives you a cheerful toast, like, "Good luck with that. Like, better you than me. I'm off the clock. No one else from the small council is watching." Right? So he's
I
just
take
like,
my finger and I put it on the table, and I'm like,
I'm going to. Sorry,
Best
I'm going to
of
pass my
5.
wineskin. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
best of 5, no brawling. And I eyeball people. If I have to roll dice, I will.
You might also want to specify that only like one hand is to be used per person, and no one else is allowed to help. That kind of thing.
Standard
Just-
rules. One man on each side. One arm on the table, center of the table. Right now, take your places.
I hand Oris my wineskin before he goes up.
Oris is just going, like, I thought I had signed up for this. Like, what is going on? And you can tell as he takes a drink, a long one, how much was left of that wineskin type of drink. This is Oris not being nervous about what he's about to do. It's Oris just going like, I spent my whole life being told not to catch these people's eye, right? And now I know why I'm not supposed to catch their eye.
But
And,
that's
like, and he's thinking like Renly is right there, and none of you are telling me not to stand here. Like, so like he doesn't look nervous about arm wrestling. He just looks nervous about being the center of attention. But
Oh,
none
how
of you,
terrible! Poor thing. What an awful problem.
Ah! That's fair.
Damn, that's cold.
But it's fair.
like, none of you telling him not to. He's like, all right.
Right.
So he probably drains that wineskin of yours because he's been on bastard fetching duty. And who knows how many leads he had to follow to finally catch up to Orain Waters,
Oh God, I hope he didn't drag him out of our aunt's bed.
right? So
I
he
also hope that didn't happen.
well, Oris doesn't have any arrows in him, so you doubt that part.
All right.
But yeah, Oris looks like he hasn't been able to do much drinking.
She might have been done by now. We don't know.
So the pair of them sit down. The chairs, depending on material, will creak dramatically. We haven't described the average chair in near a pool in which we're dressed, so whatever. But these are two big dudes.
All right then. Take your spots. Shake your hands. Shake hands.
Oris goes, fine.
Hand clasp, whatever.
And the strong boar, you guys can tell, is playing it up. Like he's almost going like WWE levels of braggadocio. Like he's just been, like probably he's got a reputation to keep up of being boisterous and louder than life. But he doesn't just reach out to shake hands. He like swings his hand into Oris's with like a clap of thunder, right? And then he gives it a good shake. He goes, "All right, boy, let's settle for all in good. What's stronger, boar or aurochs?" Like it's some ancient fucking feud, right? And Oris,
It's a question the philosopher's been asking forever.
yeah, like, and Oris is still just standing here like, what is going on? What have I missed? What kind of party did I get invited to? He's just like, what is going on? Who is this guy even? Right? Like, I've seen him at tourneys, but
It's best that he not know.
Yeah. So Oris is just like, okay. So yeah, they shake.
Okay.
They settle in, elbows into the table. The strongboard makes a big show of spitting into his hand first, like for traction. Oris does not seem bothered by it. He's lowborn enough that he's used to people spitting in their hand before shaking sometimes. Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go!
Who wants to roll for the strongboard?
Dice.
I'll do it.
Okay, I think whoever's got them handy.
Yeah, I got a
So
bunch.
all right, let's get out. It's gonna be that strength. You will have 7 dice. Keep 5.
That's like 8 dice. The strong boar's a cheater.
Somebody's counting. There's lots of counting.
There is. Did you guys see the dice making the rounds this week that they're D6s, but like the pips are just wrong?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like symmetrical or anything, so it's like the 2 has like both pips like up in one fucking corner.
It's all us.
Like they're just all like they're just not in the right places.
If you're perfectly sober, they look fine. If you've had anything to drink, though, yes, these are nightmare dice.
Yeah,
I
they're-
will not take
they're-
those, so I feel like I
Yeah.
need to see a picture because I will simultaneously hate them and want them.
Right?
everyone that I've seen that's commented on them has been like an OCD gamer that's like, I can't look away, but I must destroy them. This weird like train wreck look. So what do we got, Erica?
I have a 22. Not a bad roll.
20.
Oris beat him by 5,
Wow.
which is a whole ass degree of success. His kept dice were all 5s and 6s.
Yeah.
So that one we'll say is pretty quick. I mean, 2 degrees of success is not nothing. So they settle in, and Oris just leans into it. And maybe he's had to do this sort of thing before with squires or whatever, but or maybe he's just more sober than the strong boar.
Mayhaps there'll be bacon tomorrow for breakfast.
he sends Craycall's knuckles to the table, and the strongboard grins. He goes, oh, all right then, I'll be ready this time, right? Like he's good-natured about it all. Um, but yeah, let's do.
They count so quietly. We should play music or something.
Boris keeps on getting all 1s and 2s or 5s and 6s. So like both of these rolls are coming out average, except that you only have to keep like the good half. So he has a 32.
I have a,
Sorry.
I think-
I kept sorry, a 27. I kept
Okay.
one. I kept one too many.
at 23 this time.
All right, sorry. He's not destiny pointing this. It was just my instinct to keep the other 5 because I saw it and I want the pips.
You
I
wanted
want
it.
it.
This
You
one
wanted it.
is not a full like second degree. It takes a little longer. They're both getting red in the face, but slowly, inexorably, Oris brings the Craycall's knuckles to the table again. And you
2 out
start,
of 5. Final bets.
you start to hear something. Weak boar. Like once, and he turns his head and glares. Whoever it was, like they and everyone adjacent to them falls silent. Right? That sort of thing. So like they're ribbing him a little, but he doesn't seem to be as good-natured about it as Rick has been, for instance. So all right, number 3. Uh-oh. This one is also coming out average, but by everything being not great. So we're working out finally something might be going a Stromboar's way. Oris is sitting on a 17.
27.
Oh,
It's a competition.
yep, we are back in it. They are now tied on degrees of success.
I take my wineskin back to Oris after that disappointing show.
No more food or drink for you ever.
You
Wine is
don't get
close.
wine. Wine for winners.
So yeah, like Oris is technically still up by a point because we're doing by win, but like by degrees of success, they are even. So Craycall straight up like just slams Oris's knuckles to the table,
Wow.
and then he like stands up, like bows up for a minute, like what are you gonna do about it, boy? And Oris kind of goes and sucks a little blood off a split knuckle, and then he just grunts and holds his arm up again. Oris isn't talking smack. He's just like, okay, do this. This is a lot of 3s. Like, fucking seriously. 7 of these 10 dice came up 3s. Like, what the fuck, math?
He's rolling 10 dice?
I mean, it's strength plus athletics.
Fuck.
If you consider a 3 a roll.
It's kind of.
I don't.
All right. So 1 second as I keep 5 of these.
10 dice?
That is a 19.
We have a game. I have a 20.
Okay.
Nice.
So it is
This is the
2.
last one.
Tied.
That one is another one that is the close and slow and red in the face.
Has
type
anyone
of-
got a destiny point kicking around?
Okay, finding you, Adam.
For the record, part of Oris's math is that I wanted to keep dramatic moments of affecting destiny to players. So Oris has a destiny point of 1, and he also has the cursed. So he doesn't have destiny swing his way often. He has to get by on the pools he's got.
Does that mean that donating is not allowed?
You can.
Not that I care or anything.
You can, but it is going to still use the cursed rule, where like you've got a 6, or it has no effect. Also, just because because it occurred to me,
It's
I've
fine.
been
It's fine.
thinking of adjusting our donation rule and make it say we have to spend 2 to help for 1. That's how they're doing it with Edge in SR6, and I kind of like that. So I don't know, just something for us to think about later. Let me math.
Edge flows like freaking water in a monsoon season in SR.
Especially in Shadowrun 6, it's
Yeah.
a vital thing. But anyhow, Oris this time is sitting on a 26.
Any last minute bets? Any
I'll
last minute
still
bets?
put my money on Boris.
I didn't know we had to officially bet, and I wasn't.
You guys
Oh,
don't
okay.
have
To be on, so
Uh,
make a choice.
the highest dice I rolled was a 4, and so I have 15
Oh,
total.
right. So
Well then,
Bridge is the victor, but Kraykall went and made a contest of it, with those third and fourth matches, especially that last one, or that first one with the 3 degrees success. So Oris emerges the winner, and it's one of those. It's another one. It fights, and then finally, the last like third of the way down, there's like a surge, and Oris takes it. And then Oris just sits there. Like, he doesn't get up and yell. He doesn't roar. He doesn't, clap or whatever. He just finishes it, and then he sits and looks across the table, because who knows how he's going to have to react.
right.
And everybody kind of holds their breath for a second. And then the Kraykall, or the Strong Boar, laughs. And he reaches across the table and gives Oris a swat on the shoulder. He's like, "Holy hell! What did that hedge knight fucking feed you, lad? Dams! Well done! Well done! No
and
wonder the
impressive,
king,
both of you.
no wonder the king knighted you himself. We'll have to see how you do later this week with real weapons, but 7 hells, boy!" And the storm passes, as luckily Kraykall stays good-natured about it. Nobody starts a fight under the baleful gaze of House Nymaryen and the Master of Laws at the same
I
time.
have a feeling that they just started a tradition. Every time they run into each other, from now on, they're going to have a
Oh,
contest,
it's like the Thing versus the Hulk. They have to fight every time they meet.
right?
Yeah.
Nope, table.
Rah!
So, that was the last scripted event that I had, and it's 6 o'clock. So I'm gonna do player's choice time, because we never really mind if we go a little over. Any last minute folk that people want to roleplay with?
Yeah, I like to swing by Valena Tolan and talk to her a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And after the split for the arm wrestling, like the former kind of cliques that existed are now all intermingled, and stuff. So again, just everyone's kind of mingling with everyone. Everyone's in a good mood about stuff. The Braxes are ruefully handing some money over, and you notice that it's Beric Dondarrion placed on Oris, but is splitting the coin with Balin. So it looks like maybe he was just the one that did the talking for the both of them, but those two were both like, yeah, no, like Edric, or Oris is gonna win this. And you see Edric go over to, fuck, I had his name on here. Merlin Kraykall, which is Lyle Kraykall's youngest brother. And Edric has his hand out, like no fear. Just like, all right, buddy, hand over a couple coins. And it doesn't look like anybody was wagering a lot. It's not like it's a super highborn, honorable thing,
It's just
Uh,
fun.
but everyone, even in the process of picking up the coin, they then mingle, and the Nymaryen wine flows. So everyone is available. So let's say when you get there, um, yeah, pick one other person to be near Velena Toland, because it could be just kind of literally anyone. And as the
Somebody else. Yeah, somebody else pick
you
because it'll be funnier that way.
you can pick, but
Lady Allison.
Fine.
Okay, that's fine.
so yeah, you walk up and you hear the two of them. Uh, Lady Alisane is still getting used to Nymaryen wine instead of, ale. And she's slurring a bit. And she goes, I can't believe that bitch did us like this. And Velena is like, like humoring her, like, it's okay. She goes, did you hear her though? But did you hear her, Velena? She says, traditional rules, one man. Ugh. And after we went to war with her, like she's just like this.
Oh God.
She just feels like she's getting towards the weepy drunk level of like any small thing would have done it, and like that did it. So she's just like, oh,
I'm sorry, my ladies, I interrupted something.
oh, and here comes one now. and Alison Mormont just takes her drink and stomps off to complain about.
Well, I do not know what I'm guilty of, but I'm sure I am.
From what I hear, the odds are good, sir. But yes, in this case, I think she was just cross at your sister's choice of words when describing the traditional rules of arm wrestling.
Ah,
It is a traditional rule.
man, yes, understood. How Dornish of my sister?
It's all right. Most of us try not to hold your dragon blood against you, sir.
So, you tilted rather impressively this afternoon. I was not expecting to see you at the tourney. Let me rephrase that. I was not expecting to see you put my cousin on her ass at the tourney.
A misstep, but swiftly remedied. I will not hold it against you. She says with a cat-like predatory superior grin type of toying with you.
Yeah, Lucas slowly kind of trying to size her up as well. He's not used to being around women of this degree of fierceness that are not related to him directly.
A misstep, but swiftly remedied. I don't think your sisters will hold it against you. You can tell she has not been drinking as much as most. It looks like she's been kind of protectively keeping an eye out on some of the folks that maybe aren't so used to Nymaryen wine. But, she's also just got a seat to defend tomorrow and doesn't want to be hung over for it, perhaps.
Unfortunately, between just tolerance and the Aurochs taking my last wineskin, I've not had that much either.
So yeah, she looks a little sharper-eyed than most of the other party-goers. And at least when talking to you, a little more sharp-tongued as well.
Well, I wanted to say hi. My grandfather has been plotting and scheming, and your name has come up.
Oh, whatever schemes could he be up to? Tricking us into the appearance of treason so that he might steal our lands, no doubt.
Yeah, but how'd you find that out?
Dornish are a cunning people.
Well, well, we'll have to work harder to keep our secrets. They're the typical old man plots, marriage proposals, and alliances, and this and that.
Ah, so which of your sisters favors me?
Hey, the way you ride,
She's
Bela probably does.
batting at you. Ah, good to know.
I'm afraid it's harder to read my eldest sister, and my youngest brother has no such interest. Shall I introduce you to?
Who was the introduction offered?
To Bela is what I meant, but yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm a little worried our marriage would not last because one of us would kill the other.
But it would be quite the sight.
But in a sexy way.
Some squabble about what to have for dinner. Spears are reached for. Messy business.
Also, thanks for dubbing me in, brother.
I feel like the coyote. I've caught the roadrunner. I don't know what to do with it.
So, how did the eldest brother of House Nymaryen feel when my name came up?
Curious. She was with us in the Anders Folly, right?
Yes, she was there for like the last bit, the siege and stuff, but she, not the Vulture King part, but yes, the last bit. Hers was one of the armies raised to support you guys to go to Ironwood.
I wasn't entirely certain what to think, but you made quite the impression today.
More impressed with me for beating up a little girl than going to war with you. Curious
No.
to Lucerys Nymaryen.
No, more impressed that you walked right next to me and didn't say anything as you sit down. Quite the move.
What was I supposed to say?
Hello is traditional.
Spot.
I suppose I could have. Maybe I was worried that you'd think I was a wilting maiden, eager to win your approval.
No, see, I realize now that is not what you are at all. You are far more interesting. Well, my lady, I will go have some more wine. I hope to see you on the party.
I will be here, and also, perhaps I will be a bit chattier tomorrow, for however long you manage to keep your seat.
Yes, I've heard I've got quite the competition arraigned against me.
Too many of the men are scared to fight me or your sister.
They are. You're not wrong. And unfortunately, I cannot challenge you as I have a seat myself. We'll have to spar sometime.
The Northerners think that they lose even if they win against us. Eventually, one of them will have to try. But, yes, until then, I think the rest of you will have your hands full, and not just with your cocks.
My lady.
Not yet. And she turns and walks away.
I'm going to turn around and hide my grin as I leave.
Right? I like her. I like all of her choices.
Yes, it's kind of annoying that like I can't really play favorites with any of his options because they're
Right.
all great.
You're all four, and then you saw her.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take my Oris emptied wine skin and go refill it. And he's had to fade in, so that's me.
All right. Anybody else with some closing approaches that they're interested in?
Unless Alyssane comes to me all sad and mad at me, then no, because I don't know she's pissed.
Nah, she's just off brooding somewhere about men or something like that. She doesn't throw an axe at you or anything.
Like,
Not that upset.
I feel like I kind of maybe like missed some context because I'm not sure what she's.
She's not super mad. She's just drunk enough to be upset over nothing. It's that,
Oh,
it's that Raina said that the arm wrestling rules were one man on each side of the table. And Allison's like, look at her denying us the opportunity to even compete. Type of, she just,
Hashtag cancel Reina.
yeah, so
Yeah, they're pissed at
she
me.
was just drunk enough to be amusingly moody about a thing.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, like, I'm conscious of time, but I mean, like, Adam will have like. Adam's ignoring Oris at the moment because Oris hurt his feelings earlier. So was probably probably not actually joining in with any of the arm wrestling camaraderie.
He was holding himself above that.
And will have. I mean, it's very much not moral high ground at all. But yeah, he'll have shifted from drinking out of the glass to drinking out of the jug, and be transitioning from the banter stage of drunkenness to the melancholy stage of drunkenness. So is perhaps like would notice that Lady Alicent is looking pensive and would perhaps talk to her, but I don't want to take his like overtime. Well, any more than we already are.
It would not be a terribly productive conversation.
But you guys could like mope together.
Yeah, like it would basically just be moping together, and like she won't remember being upset tomorrow. Like she's that level of drunk.
I mean,
But like you two could brood together.
Yeah.
I guess that's gonna do it then. So yeah, had a pretty roleplay heavy session. We rolled more dice than I meant to because suddenly you were like best of 5, and I was like, oh shit, okay. Whatevs. I figured it'd be one roll, but this was fine. I just wanted to make some, let some of the Westerlanders get a little bit of spotlight because they haven't, been around. So yeah, the Strongborn made a good appearance. Nothing of note will happen for the rest of the party. There's no stabbings or anything like that.
I don't get to stab.
He doesn't circle back around and say anything worse while trying to apologize or anything like that. It's not that I don't trust you to keep her safe. It's just that women are so frail. Right? Like he doesn't like keep digging that way. He just kind of avoids you for the moment. And yeah, nothing else of particular note happens. Oren Waters is gone. The next time somebody goes to check on him, there's a pool of vomit and no other trace of him. He's vanished as mysteriously as he arrived. So he's fine, and that means he didn't die right there. So I'm trying to think, just do like a quick check through anybody else that does anything else much, and there really kind of isn't. So I think we're gonna call it. 15 minutes over isn't too bad for us. And when it's been 4 weeks, so we missed a session, but
we didn't stop talking.
Yeah, we got back to form pretty quick. So we look forward to seeing everybody back here in 2 weeks, and I look forward to seeing everybody back here on Play the Game well before 2 weeks from now. Tomorrow at noon Central, so 2 hours earlier than today started. Tomorrow, I'll be starting a Shadowrun Hong Kong campaign, playing that PC game here on Twitch. So everybody that wants to can come by and help out with character generation and stuff, which is fun to steer the ship a little. So I'll
definitely swing by.
What's that?
Oh, I will definitely swing by.
Yeah, cool. So I'll be kicking off that campaign tomorrow, and then playing Shadowrun Hong Kong every Monday and Wednesday. And then right now on Fridays, I'm here playing Coffee Talk. We kind of rotate games on our one of the days of the week, just to play something a little different. And we've been doing some talking and some coffee. So that will be this week's schedule. Hong Kong, Monday, Wednesday, Coffee Talk on Friday. I hope to see some of y'all here. Anybody else got stuff that they want to plug right now? Anything cool going on?
No.
Everything I have ever done.
Well, give me 1 second before we quite kill the stream, because I'm going to drop a couple of links in there to a few books that are on sale, both basically charity anthology. And other than that, I am also done. So thanks for coming by, everybody. I hope you had a good time. It's nice to head back to Westeros, and we'll see everyone back here in a couple of weeks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Everybody.